Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Good morning, members. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are going to start in the next 1 or 2 minutes. I hope we are all settled. I can see, but the front seats are not occupied. The picture will look bad. Yeah. So, yeah. I bring you home greetings from the Climate Action Network Uganda, the ENR CSO network, and the partners, PELAM, Accord, Oxfam, ActionAid, Regenerate, Africa's, Emily Boyce Facility, and the Kanu Fraternity. They said I should say a good morning to all of you, and thank you for accepting our invitation. Some of it has been short notice. Others received it some time back. But all the same, you are most welcome. I have before you the program. Let's just run through quickly. We may make some little changes to accommodate time. If you have a program, kindly check through it. We have a prayer. It's a 2-day program. So day one, we have you have arrived. You've registered. There are like 2-3 forms for registration. So make sure you register on all of them because there are multiple partners here. Then we shall have prayer and introductions. There will be self-introductions. You keep it very short. Your organization, what you do, just that. Then we shall have welcome remarks from our chairperson, Kani Uganda, is in the house. Then we shall have the official opening remarks from our partners as listed, and then from the climate change department, who will do the official opening. Then thereafter, we'll have a presentation on the outcomes of COP28, and the progress on implementation of the actions from the government of Uganda. Then there will be a tea break. We shall go to a presentation from Mr. Bachika, the NDC Country Partnership Coordinator, on what transpired in the SB60, that's the bond intercession. Then we'll have a panel presentation from the negotiators. Then there will be a plenary and lunch break. Then there will be a presentation on climate change and health issues from Regenerate Africa. There is going to be another presentation from PELAM Uganda on the integration of agroecology adaptation, loss and damage in Uganda's COP29 position. Then a presentation on on finance flows and the climate crisis. Then a plenary and we close day one. Now, day one, if you check up, we are going to have a very a small item. We have our younger people. So we're going to have a young person in the house who is going to read us a poem. I think it should be shortly after the remarks from Peram. Then thereafter, the country representative for Peram will invite the commissioner. So we'll have that slight adjustment. Say it's about 2 minutes poem. Yeah. Then I don't know whether we can, the break, maybe we finish the first session, then we'll move into break and move to, just to manage time, because we've eaten almost an hour. So, okay. So, we're going to be we're not a very big number here, about 40 something, 50 people, the total. So, what we do, there has been a proposal to skip some item here, but we will not do that, because if we do it, then we'll disrupt the other program. So I'm going to request a volunteer to do a prayer. But before that, very important information, the places of convenience, you just take on the step when you get out, on the left, up, or there's another one down. Security-wise, please, you be your neighbor's keeper. So sometimes we have intruders in this hotel. We've had an incident before, so just keep an alert. Aha. Okay. Yes, another announcement on photography. I see a lot of cameras flashing. So do we vote that they should be taking, we need consent, that they take those pictures? Because I think we didn't have a form filling the consent form. So is it okay? Not for commercial purposes. So if you're taking pictures for display there, please, we encourage you not to. Yeah, there's a general consensus. Please, we have phones we can take and, put on social media, but don't take for display there. Yeah. So that consent for commercial has been withdrawn. The consent is for official use. So thank you so much. Let me request a volunteer to lead us into a prayer. Please, who wants to get all the good luck for today? The mic is with Junior. There is a lady there. So let's, yeah. Your name?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yeah, my name is Achago Bernadette. I'm from EnviroSafe Uganda. Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father, we thank you for this day as we gather here today to develop a position paper for COP29. We pray for wisdom, we pray for guidance, and as we go out there, you give us the wisdom to continue flying high the climate change mandate. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thanks so much, Bernadette. So, Junior Waman, you can process the introductions. He likes using the word processing. So let's process the introductions. Kindly say your name, where you work from, Yeah, we also have online audience, by the way. They're quite a sizable number. I think we'll have like almost 30 online participants from the regions. So online people, you write in the chat your name. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
You stand up because we can't see you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
My
morning.
name is Chikome Kodisan. I work with the Climate Action Network as a program officer.
Good morning. My name is Patience Kemsha. I work with Tree Talk.
Good morning, everyone. Moses Jimmy Olara, Partnerships and Communications Officer, Tree Adoption Uganda.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Charles Kausa from Regenerate Africa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jackson Mohindo. I work with Oxfam, Resilience and Climate Justice Coordinator.
Good morning. Mwinda Regan, Action Aid International Uganda.
Good morning, Ivan Impaji, working with Action Aid Uganda.
Good morning, Stella Ayo Odongo with Action Aid International Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivan Abogarachkara. I work with Oxfam under communication.
My name is Joshua Motale. I am the program officer with Water and Environment Media Network. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Comfort Truth Echgula, and I work with the National Association of Women Organizations in Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Obsinja Evelyn, Chikanjwa Environmental Association, Monitoring and Evaluation.
Morning, everyone. Mosoka Doreen, Community Development Officer, Afrolinks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Jalia Nambiru. I work with Emily YSA Facility.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mamumpire Anna, and I work with the code.
Morning, Penny Natwina is my name. I work with Environmental Arts, the Secretariat of ENRCS Phone Network.
Good morning, everyone. Daphne Kamuntu. I work with Emily as a legal consultant.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nastia Zalika. I work with Eric.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Julius Bakashawa Mogara. I work with Kampala Capital City Authority, Officer Community Development.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Josephine Akia Uyimbazi, the country coordinator for Pelham, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Chisolo. I work with Rural Development Media and Communication, coordinate agriculture and environment programs.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Chizito. I work with Pelham Uganda as a program manager, agroecology and sustainable resources management.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lawrence Kanakulia. I work with Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, Pelham Uganda as a program officer advocacy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Akot Skovia. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment as a senior climate change officer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Neona Nakuya Kasekende. I work with Regenerate Africa as a gender health and environment lead.
Hello, good morning. I'm Akram Makumbi. I'm working with the Runguja Community Healthcare Organization.
Good morning. My name is Benon Sebuira. I work with Arusha, Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sandra Nimsima. I work with Tree Talk Plus.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hedwig Garinite. I'm a journalist, climate activist, and I'm the founder of Climate Women Media Action.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Napa Angela, and I work with Accord.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Hamba. I work with TINS and Makerere University Regional Center for Urban Research, Governance and Innovation.
Yes, good morning. Sharon Atkunda, Action for Health Business Coach.
Good morning, everyone. I am Jovia Logose Vanessa, climate change activist, EnviroSave Uganda. I'm glad to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Achago Bernadette. I'm from EnviroSave Uganda, and I'm the chairperson. Thanks for the invite.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ronald Bagaga is my name. I work with Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum, SF Uganda, a farmers movement in Eastern and Southern Africa. I support this farmers movement as a program officer, policy, and we are privileged being in this space.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Onesimus Mujenyi is my name. I work for the Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment as a research fellow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gasta Chienji. I work for Tree Talk Plus. Today, I am the rapporteur. I will be taking notes for this meeting. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Harold Turinawe. I work with Worldwide Fund for Nature. I'm happy to be here.
Good morning. My name is Teddy Nawakoza Galiwangu. I'm the Principal Environment Officer of Uganda Kingdom.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Luboa Viola. I work with Emily.
Good morning, everyone. Abudu Sawanyan is my name from the Institute for Social Transformation.
Good morning, everyone. Nateza Hadija. I work with Zexa Friends for Nature Conservation.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adrian Musime Tumwesije. I work with Better Planet Initiative. I'm also the vice chairperson on the board of Climate Action Network Uganda. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philip Eric Bakalikwira. I'm the team leader at Re-Ecosystem Solutions, and I'm the board chair of Climate Action Network Uganda.
Okay, thanks so much. I think we are done with this part of the program productions. So, okay, someone has not introduced himself. Yes. just go through it quickly, then run through something very small. Then as the chairperson prepares to deliver his welcome remarks, because he has to welcome us here. Please, intro.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning.
My name is Rogers Najuka from the Ministry of Gender. It's representing Gender and Climate Change Units.
You're welcome.
I'm here to present Winfred Masco. She may join us soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. You're most welcome. Please feel at home. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, before the chairman comes, first, this workshop, this meeting is being held under the auspices of the Climate Action Network Uganda and the ENR, Environment and Natural Resources Network. And we've been supported by our members, our partners, Oxfam, PERAM Association of Uganda, Action Aid, you have Emily Boyce Facility, you have the Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment, we have Regenerate Africa. Yes, they've enabled us to be present here. The colleagues who are online, please just drop your name in the chat. Drop your name in the chat, so we will not have you introduced by voice. So just do by message. So this workshop, it's a 2-day workshop as per the invitation. And its aim is to share, deliberate, and develop key demands for enhancing climate ambition at national and global level. So it also further aims to broaden the key asks in light of the current developments at local and global level in terms of climate action. So specifically, I want to dialogue on Uganda's climate ambition and the global stocktake, share outcomes of COP28 and the 60th Bonn intercession. Then the main outcome is to develop CSO key messages for the position paper that we are praying will be integrated into the national, the country position paper. So we want to see that our asks, our demands are able to deliver the ambitions that we need, and that we have our demands shared with the government, but also the other broader platforms like the G77. I think there's been a meeting going on at Munyonyo, the Africa Group, the ESC, and the Africa Union. We hope that these positions can be integrated into those. So we are going to consolidate this position into one statement. Of course, to have annexes, we have independent positions, but they will form part of the annex of our report. Mr. Change is our rapporteur. We have a social media team. I saw Rachel, Abraham. Where are they? I saw another team from Oxfam. Yes. Then we have the online team, Emmanuel Cheyune and his team, yes. So we have those in the house. So, Chair, because I don't have enough power to formally welcome everybody here. So I would like to request you, take the honor to request you to come and welcome us. Then after, we'll do our poem, because if we can't do a poem in between the remarks, so when you welcome us, I request Hedwig, be on standby. You have 3 minutes after the chairperson. Then we'll move to the other remarks until when the workshop is formally open. Thanks so much, Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anthony, for ably amplifying the reason why we are here. It gives the members an opportunity to understand what we are meant to do with the 2 days engagements. Colleagues, my name is once again Philip Eric Bakalikwira. I'm your board chair. One, let's congratulate ourselves upon this day. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause for making it here. Ideally, we always congregate at the end of the year to have a common voice. But along the years, of course, we meet one-on-one. But when we congregate here, as a one voice is very important for us. And we don't take it for granted. Point number 2, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the board, the secretariat, and the entire membership of Climate Action Network Uganda, and our sister network, the ENR CSO network, I want to warmly welcome you. This very important engagement as non-state actors. 2, I want also to welcome the state actors, particularly the representatives of the ministries, departments, and agencies who have joined us here to have a conversation, to listen in to what we say as we craft the very important position paper. But very importantly, I want to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, particularly the Climate Change Department, for ably supporting us, for ably giving us the necessary guidance, technical and whatsoever, and committing time be with us. It's very, very important. Let's clap for Climate Change Department, colleagues. Whoever contributes to this climate conversation knows the value of CCD and the Ministry of Water and Environment. But notwithstanding other ministries, departments, and agencies who have joined us here, but in a special way, I also want to appreciate our partners, that is PERAM, Accord, Oxfam, Action Aid, Regenerate Africa, Emily Boyce Facility, for putting resources together that we can congregate and have a conversation. Can we clap for our partners? But very importantly, when I see the heads of those partners coming in the space to listen in, we are aware that we have so many things going on, but you commit time and you come to see what your network is doing. For us, is very important. I also want to thank the Secretary of Climate Action Network Uganda for the able coordination, collaboration to ensure that we have put all this together with the members of those other partners. I also want to implore those other partners who have not ably had resources coming in through to make this happen, to journey with us in this very important engagement. What is very important, I want to encourage all of you that as we share in these 2 days, we need to tease out what we think worked last year and what didn't work out. So these 2 days will be days of reflection, but what's very important is to prioritize what we think will inform, the national processes, and it will help us to attain our vision of a climate resilient population as members of the Climate Action Network Uganda in the entire total. Colleagues, for us at CAN, one of the key things we want to undertake in whatever we are doing, we are really very open. And our module of work this year and beyond is a strategic engagement. Building grassroots movements is very important. And I want to employ you, the partners, that our design now, we want to put more energies, want to raise the momentum and building grassroots movements, climate movements, through a whole society approach. I think is what will deliver the product we desire. And I'm happy that my colleague Harold is here. Send my regards to the chief, but that's our approach. I also want you to join the big boys. The next time we want to see WWF, being amplified, and many other things. Lastly, these 2 days, like I told you, we are meant to equip our negotiators to ably share what we think is very important at the global scale. But also I implore those who are going to participate in the COP29 to come up with domesticated messages for the benefit of the members. Because whatever we do, the members must keep track on what we are doing. So it's our duty, us who congregate in Kampala and those online, to ensure that every conversation we undertake is benefited by the members, because they need this information to amplify their advocacy. Lastly, I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of you members for the vote of confidence. For the vote of confidence you gave me to be your chair. I've never taken this singular honor to thank you so much. And the board of CAN and the membership, we are happy. And we want to promise and commit that we shall ably offer strategic guidance, strategic leadership to this network, and the sky's the limit. I want to thank you very much, and I wish you a surgical and technical conversation for these 2 days. I thank you.
Thanks so much, Chair, for those very wonderful words. Thank you for welcoming us. You didn't say it's going to be an honorable at some point. Yeah. So we'll pray for you, Chair. Yeah. So, I want to recognize Buganda Kingdom. A round of, you're most welcome. She represents a very big constituency. Buganda Kingdom is our strategic partner. Thank you for hosting us in this region. Yes, send our regards. Yeah. Then WWF, thanks so much. I know you've been supporting us through Emily. Yes. So thanks so much, WWF. And any other partner I've forgotten? All of you, actually. So, Hedwig, you have it in your head. Yeah. I'm giving you maximum 3 minutes. Do it, then you proceed. You excite us when the officials come to make the remarks. They're excited. Thanks so much.
Good morning. I'm glad to be here and to represent the youth. My name is Hedwig Garinite. I am a journalist, I'm a climate activist, and I'm the founder of Climate Women Media Action. I prepared a big poem for you. I hope you enjoy it. Do you love me? Do you love me? Yes, we do. Son of man, do you love me? You know we love you, Mother Earth. Then tend to my gifts. The horrible air, the smoky skies, the people of this planet don't seem to care anymore. The trees are crying out loud. The clouds are splashing floods. The time does not freeze. Youth are aging before their time, breathing in toxins they did not negotiate. Women are refugees in their own land, fighting to rescue what is left. Our children will grow up without butterflies, for the butter was melted before the flies. The tortoise and the hare will be myths. Artificial intelligence will steal their grains. Their sight will be colorless. Their first words will be breathe or breathe. For asthma, allergy will be their first R's. What then shall be our ambitions if emissions steal our mission? What then shall be your position if our futures and not your negotiations. Shall we wait for the cock to crow? Thank you.
Right. Oh, exciting, guys. That is the, at CAN or this conversation, the youth form a very, very important group or part of the conversation. So that's why you see we are making sure that they appear here in this session, the most important session. Commissioner Emeritus, you're welcome. Thanks so much. You found us, we're just warming up. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the opening remarks. Already the chairperson has welcomed us. I would like to request, I don't have enough seats there, but I would have requested that the representatives of representative from Oxfam, from Accord, ActionAid, Pelham, I think you'll do a joint, then the commissioner, or maybe because we don't have enough seats there. So what we do, let me request, humbly request, Mr. Jackson Rukara Muhindo, on behalf of Oxfam in Uganda, and on behalf, I know, of the country director, I guess you're here on that behalf, to come and say one or two words. I will request you to welcome, invite Mr. Onesimus from Accord. Then Mr. Onesimus will invite Madam Josephine from Pelham, and Madam Josephine from Pelham, you'll do the singular honor to invite our dear commissioner. He's in the house. He's in the house. So when you finish your part, kindly help us and, do that for us. Thanks so much. Jackson.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Jackson Muhindo, and I represent Oxfam in this forum. Just to say that on behalf of Oxfam, I join the rest of the colleagues in the consortium to welcome you to this meeting. It's an important meeting towards the end of the year, leading us to COP29 in Baku. I know a lot of preparations are happening in the whole world, preparing for that meeting that is going to happen in the month of November. And we are happy to be part of this congregation here today as Oxfam, to join other partners to come and prepare ourselves as a civil society in Uganda, come up with a common position that we can say this is our own, and that it will speak to the negotiation team of Uganda. I want to thank Climate Action Network for continuing to hold the mantle. For us as Oxfam, it's our pride to see Climate Action Uganda flourishing, because we nurtured Climate Action Network Uganda from childhood to what they are today. And we are happy to continue supporting Climate Action Network, because without a concerted effort, without a concerted team, we can't do a lot in terms of influencing governments, in terms of influencing international institutions. So we do well when we are together and Climate Action Network. And I want to explore the other partners who have come on board. ActionAid Uganda, Pelham, the civil society organization on environment, WWF, and others who have come on board. I just want to urge you that this should be the way of working in terms of influencing the agenda on climate change. We can't do it alone. We can't do it in isolation, because as a single person or as a single agency, your voice does not add a lot of value. But when we speak as a car in Uganda, when we speak as a civil society in Uganda, our voice is heard by the government. Our voice is heard by the UNCCC. Even when we go to COP, Oxfam and others, actually, I remember the 4 COPs that I have attended, we have always worked under Climate Action International. Oxfam, World Vision, CARE, Action Aid, we all team up as Oxfam International. And that's why all of us should embrace Climate Action Network in Uganda, because that's the only way we can be able to influence the agenda on climate. Oxfam has been here at this venue since last Sunday. We are also doing the same kind of discussion, but down there we are discussing just energy transition and climate justice. As Oxfam, we have about 11 countries down there also preparing a position for COP, which will feed into Climate Action International. But to say that top on our agenda, we want to speak to the negotiators. I'm happy that we have the negotiators within the room. We have Mr. Onduri, who is here with us. We are privileged to have him. We are privileged to have Mr. Bachika, Robert, who are here with us. And we know that whatever we'll be proposing today will reach the negotiating table. And so as we push the agenda, for us as Oxfam, we have about 4 priorities that we want to push. One is that as you go to COP29, ensure that you rally behind a mobilization for a climate finance, which is sufficient and commend the countries that are actually suffering the climate impact. I think for us, it's the money that we need. And I know that Robert Bachika leads that kind of discussion. Please, we want the money. We want an ambitious goal for financing adaptation, for financing mitigation, for financing loss and damage, as well as just energy transition. We are talking about how do we ensure a just energy transition without financial support, especially for countries like ours, where we are struggling with finances. So if we want to have a just energy transition, we must be supported with the technologies. We must have options on clean energy so that we can know we are moving away from fossil fuels. The new climate finance goal should explicitly include finance for loss and damage, clearly stating the grant equivalent of what should be able to be allocated for addressing loss and damage. And we must also contribute to our discussion at COP. We want to see a climate finance that contributes to reducing the debt burden, because we know that in most cases, the climate finances that we are receiving in the country are coming in terms of actually lendings to our country. Should this continue? We want grants. Our negotiation at COP29 is that we want grants. We don't want to again increase our debt burden to address the climate crisis, which we did not actually cause. The rich countries should be urged to contribute money to address the challenge. And that money should be targeting the countries that are suffering the climate impact, which is the global south. So ladies and gentlemen, having said all these words, I just want to urge you to contribute, bring your issues here. The women in the house, what do you want in terms of the gender negotiation at COP? Bring out the gender issues. The young people, what do you want to see at COP? I know Gasta Chienji is here, noting everything that you're going to be noting, you will be mentioning. And that will form our position as a country, civil society agencies in Uganda. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to wish you nice deliberations, and I want to take this opportunity now to invite Pelam? Accord, yes, Onismus, my brother. Take the matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muhindo, for inviting me. But most importantly, for the organizers of this PRECOP dialogue. My name is Onesimus Mujenyi. I work for the Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. And we are honored to be part of this dialogue. We've been part of CANU for many years, even when the situation is not all that appealing, we still hang around. And I would want to encourage all of you. I know the civil society fraternity, what we are going through in terms of funding and other areas, technical capacities, but when we come together, we generate some good ideas. And I want to appreciate you for making it today. I have a text statement that I want to share with you. We work in West Nile and Karamoja. West Nile, we work with Wenda, West Nile Development Association. And Karamoja, you have Karamoja Herds of the Horn. They have just changed the name. And throughout the discussions, there are quite a number of issues that emerged, and they are contained in this statement. So I want to put a caveat that it is not my personal statement, nor is it an accord statement per se. And I was warned about the time, and I would want to do the reading of this statement quickly so that I give an opportunity for other things to happen. It is captioned, "Make climate justice a primary goal at COP 29. And I will not go into the detail of what climate justice entails. I know it is going to be part of the discussion throughout the 2 days. But I want to take cognizance of the Ministry, especially Climate Change Department. I want to take cognizance of our development partners. I know the development partners, we normally think of the very, very big ones, but I want to assure you the WWF of this world, the Oxfam of this world, and many of you are development partners. Civil society fraternity and other colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Humanity is rapidly reaching the limit of how much additional carbon can be emitted to the atmosphere. The events in the last couple of years have highlighted the urgency of escalating climate crisis with record-breaking temperatures and devastating economic impacts becoming the norm rather than the exception. Severe weather events are no longer just environmental concerns. They pose profound human and economic threats, costing billions in damages while disrupting lives, livelihoods, and ecosystems, both at the national, continental, and global levels. The imperative for immediate and effective climate action is clearer than ever before. As we prepare for COP29, the following remain critical issues of concern for vulnerable communities and states in the global south that must be at the core of the negotiations. Many of you have worked with refugees. You've worked with communities that are quite vulnerable. And some of those areas that I talked about, you have quite vulnerable groups. So the first concern is about targeting fair climate finance, both at the national and global level. We well know that at the opening of COP28, the president, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, noted that a key success factor across climate agenda is finance. And that for too long, finance has not been available, accessible, and affordable. And I think that is really a common knowledge. Again, at COP28, limited progress was made with meeting the 100 billion US dollars annual climate finance target by 2020 within the context of the Africa's finance needs of US dollars 1.4 trillion from 2020 to 2030. Delivering on and scaling up international climate finance is crucial for achieving climate objectives. My brother has already underscored that point of financing. The failure of Global North to meet its climate finance commitments has severely impacted communities in the Global South, deepening inequalities, eroding trust between developing and developed countries in climate negotiations. And I think you are very much aware of the discussion that happened at the Bonn sessions. Women and girls in all their diversity, ethnic and minority groups, local communities, children, youth, workers, and other vulnerable groups like refugees lack the resources to adapt and recover, hence threatening their livelihood and economies. We therefore urge the negotiators, I'm happy that we have some of them already here, to galvanize support, because they may not be able to do much alone, and push for COP29, not only to meet the commitments, but also to go beyond the 100 billion US dollars goal and trigger more commitment of public finance flows from developing nations to developing countries. At the national level, COP29 provides an opportunity to reflect on strategies to minimize resource leakages. We must also acknowledge that while we don't have the resources, the little resources that we have, there are a lot of leakages. Strengthen institutional coordination to improve mobilization of climate funds and allocation of adequate resources to finance climate change. Track utilization of climate funds to ensure that the resilience of vulnerable communities and vulnerable groups to climate change shocks is enhanced. To conflict and climate change. Colleagues, climate change and conflict are closely interlinked. The mass movement of refugees has a huge effect on the environment. Uganda now hosts over 1.7 million refugees with associated impacts on climate change. Equally, armed conflicts worsens the climate crisis. Russian war in Ukraine has seen the first attempt to comprehensively document emissions from any conflict. Their latest estimates put the total at the equivalent of annual emissions of a country like Belgium. And when you look at the Belgium annual domestic green gas emissions, it's around 106.5 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Ukraine is not alone. We know what is happening in Sudan and elsewhere. While a declaration on climate relief, recovery, and peace was adopted at COP28, not much has been done in that direction to minimize the impact of climate change triggered by conflict. The negotiators and the global leaders must be reminded about COP28 declaration, and COP29 should provide a package of solutions in the global leaders' contributions. So our negotiators, this is a job you have to do. The third one, ensure a just and inclusive green transition. And my colleague has already underscored that point as well. While a swift transition away from fossil fuels and dirty energy sources is essential, it must also be just and inclusive, ensuring that workers across the sectors are supported, protected, and able to adapt to climate impacts. We know the debate on fossil fuels. We know what we are being told, but every country is unique. At the national level, transition plans, whether for energy, And we know that we have now a transition plan for energy that was launched at COP28. Whether it is transport, agriculture, green cities should be just and inclusive. Countries must develop, including our own, must develop transition programs and establish reporting mechanisms to ensure that creation of decent jobs and social protection for all workers in the green transition. And of particular importance is the need to invest in water infrastructure for agriculture modernization and resilience as climate change adversely impact countries like Uganda that is reliant on rain-fed agriculture. And therefore, mobilization of finance for investment in green infrastructure is critical for meeting 2030 SDG targets and the country's NDCs. And the last one is sustainable and fair use of resources. The growing demand for transition metals and minerals, often found in the global south, are on fragile lands, and these countries risk being trapped in another cycle of extractive industries, what we normally call the CAS, and the low value exports. And while we appreciate that critical minerals are essential for clean energy transition, their extraction in Africa often occurs under unsustainable and environmentally damaging conditions. And we know that now there is a rush for these critical minerals. So mining for energy transition must be guided by clear strategy that considers the status and significance of local resources to communities and ecosystems. I know that countries like Zambia already have a strategy on how they are going to manage their transition minerals. Therefore, inclusion of transition of critical mineral issues in COP29 negotiations would reflect a true global commitment to fostering a just and sustainable energy transition. COP29 should come out with a package of solutions for ensuring that mineral resources, especially these critical minerals, are responsibly extracted and contribute positively to national and global climate objectives. Colleagues, there are many more issues, and that's why we are here to discuss them today. But it was important that I share these issues that our colleagues have been able to share with us so that they are part of the discussions today. So with those not very few remarks, allow me kindly to invite Madam Stella Ayo Odong from Action Aid Uganda to give her statement or remarks. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother Onesimus. Acknowledging my commissioner, who is in the house. For those who know me, I have been an advocate for children for so many years. I'll not mention the years because then you'll begin working out how old is this person. But I've been an advocate for children for so many years, and I was privileged to work with Commissioner Onduri, and it was a privilege to engage on issues of children. And I'm glad that we are also reflecting voices of young people. I would like to add that we need to include voices of children here as well in this important conversation, because children and climate change is also a big issue that we are working on. Today, I come here to represent the Board of Action Aid and as partners to this very important cause. And I'm here to deliver our statement of solidarity. And in the statement of solidarity, we'll also include some recommendations that should inform the position paper that we shall be delivering to the minister and to the government. I want to appreciate Khan and the chair for those very, very warm remarks and for organizing this. It is usually a difficult thing to work, but it's important that we acknowledge the efforts that you have made thus far. Standing on all the protocols that have been stated here, allow me to remind ourselves that as we gather here as actors working on this issue of climate change, we cannot ignore the glaring impact of climate change on the work that we do, and even on ourselves and even on individuals and at a family level. I'm sure all of us felt the heat wave when it was imminent at a certain point. And so as CSOs and on behalf of ActionAid, we come together and we are honored to be part of this and to be part of this conversation to ensure that we advocate and bring the voices of those that are affected to bear in these spaces. I would like to mention that in line with our strategic plan, our international global strategy, and also our country's strategy, ActionAid incorporates climate action or climate justice as an integral part of our conversations. And at the board level, we have had in-depth discussions about how we can contribute to these spaces. So we dedicate and reiterate our commitment to mobilizing resources, not only resources for action, but also resources to ensure that such networks as Pendulum and also can continue bringing us together. I want to mention that ActionAid has, and you partners in the room, have gone ahead to undertake a lot of actions, and we do acknowledge the negotiators that are in the room, the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water and Environment that is in the room. We acknowledge the support and the collaboration that we have had together. ActionAid believes in partnerships and collaborations, and through these partnerships and collaborations, we have been able to move certain agenda forward. I'd like to mention that one major action that we have undertaken in partnership, for example, is the drafting of the agroecology strategy, which has informed a lot of our actions in the communities. I want to mention that as ActionAid, have opened about 6 agroecology centers in eastern and northern Uganda. And these make actually a case for agroecology. These are some of the evidences that need to be documented to inform our engagement. And so we also note that there is an agroecology strategy that is being developed. It is in its final stages, I believe, and this will also inform the development of a policy. Such are examples of documents that will help our action in terms of moving this agenda forward. I want to draw your attention, some of you may already be aware, about a study that ActionAid International launched in September this year. We did launch a study that was titled How the Finance Flows, Corporate Capture of Public Finance Fueling the Climate Crisis. This report is publicly available, but it clearly shows a number of trends in public financing that exacerbate climate crisis. And it also emphasizes the need for action to redirect these funds, especially a lot of the resources, towards sustainable development pathways. And as we prepare this position paper and work towards COP 2029, we want to leverage the findings of this report. And I'm going to share just 3 actions that we feel should inform our position paper. Recommendation number 1 that emerged from the report is, or has already been mentioned by colleagues that have spoken, but I just want to mention that we need to redirect public finance. That is one action that we are calling for, that we need to ensure that there's a significant shift in finance allocation away from fossil fuels and industrial agriculture and towards sustainable and more people-led climate solutions. The second one is that we need to advocate for a climate finance. At COP 29, we will push for wealthy nations to honor their commitment. We know that these commitments have been made, but we're going to push and urge, we need to have it in our document to ensure that they honor their commitment, and that it should be not just a tokenistic commitment, but they should actually look at investing, making ambitious investments for new finances. The third one is regulating financial practices. And in the report, we do acknowledge, or that report does acknowledge the role of banking and finance institutions. And therefore, we say it is imperative that we advocate for the regulation of banking and financing sectors to ensure that human rights and environment standards are upheld, and also the need to transform the finance landscape and prevent climate vulnerable countries from falling deeper into the pit of debt, because as we go into this financing, we also go into debt. In a special way, allow me acknowledge all the partners that have been mentioned. I'll just mention Accord, PenLam, PANU, Oxfam, all our partners that we have worked together with on this, for all the support that we have seen as an organization. And we also pledge that we'll continue working collaboratively to ensure that we have a good position presented at COP29. We are saying that together we must commit to the future that ensure that public finance serves the interest of our communities, and most importantly, that we do not leave the vulnerable behind. I want to appreciate you all for making time to be here. I want to apologize in advance that in case you see Action Aid missing in the next 5 minutes, it's not because I undermine this engagement, but it's just that I have another engagement to attend to. I want to end by picking on a line from the poem. I think it was Edwin, but I didn't get the name right. And the title of the poem said, "Do you actually love me?" And then in the lines of the poem, you read, "Smoky environment, the impact of climate change." I want us to pick a line from that poem, that whatever we do, we need to be mindful that this climate change is real. We should recall how when COVID caused a total shutdown of the world was clear. Shut down in terms of humans moving around and going about their activities, but we are able to see the mountaintops because the emissions were reduced. I think it's time for us to also probably go back to a COVID situation and say that we need to love ourselves and love the world. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I'm Josephine Akia Luyimbazi, the country coordinator for participatory ecological land use management, abbreviated as PELAM, Uganda. I would like to add my voice to the previous speakers in terms of appreciating CANU for convening us today. And mine is going to be a special thanks. Why is it special? I remember, I think it was like 8 or so years ago, well, climate change advocacy had just become the in thing. Most of us used to run to the ministry to ensure that we have that recognition and be able to speak on behalf of civil society. Many of us didn't know CANU. And I remember when PELAM went, that was still under the reign of Commissioner Chebet, may his soul continue resting in peace. He told us, go back and look for CANU. That is the only civil society network that you're recognizing. Thank you so much, CANU, for maintaining that space and the momentum. I would also want to appreciate the partners that have been able to convene us today. One speaker said we are all struggling, and truth be told, yes, we are all struggling. But whatever little we put together becomes much, much significant. If it were only CANU convening us without the other partners, mobilizing both technical and financial resources, we wouldn't be here. Thank you so much, Action Aid. Thank you, Accord. Thank you, Oxfam. Thank you, Pelham, as well, even if I'm from Pelham. Thank you, Regenerate Africa, and Emily, Waise Facility. For those that don't know Pelham, we are also a network. And we are in 122 districts with a membership of 73. And I'm happy that I'm speaking on behalf of our members, although some have already spoken. And with that mandate, I request that I speak on behalf of our membership. But before I do that, I would also want to recognize the presence of the commissioner and all protocol observed. As Pelham Uganda, our major niche is in the promotion and upscaling of agroecology. In brief, I'll call agroecology a science, a practice, but also a movement. And we all can't hide our heads in the sand and continue doing business as usual. We all see what is happening when it comes to the food systems. Each one of us is very mindful about their health. We are all trying to look for safe, nutritious, and healthy foods. But we can't continue producing these like it was so many decades ago. Things have changed as a result of our interventions, as a result of unsustainable practices that we need to change. Even if we keep on saying that we are not as bad as our partners in the North, we've also done a lot, and it's time for us to change that status quo. Agroecology is one that we call for recognition within the climate space. And it's a humble plea to our negotiators here present to take focus and look keenly into agroecology as one that is able and can address aspects of climate adaptation within Uganda and beyond. Agroecology reduces carbon emissions, and you'd ask me how. As I said, as a practice, many of our practices are looking at how do we combat that are associated with climate emissions. And we look at enhancing our soil health, the plant health, but also animal health. We promote biodiversity because we believe in systems interactions. And we can't do this alone. We need a concerted effort. We've spoken about integrating gender, but gender is not women alone. Gender is both men and women. It's children as well, and other vulnerable communities. We have the elderly, we have persons with disability. When you look at agriculture, in terms of fetching water, somebody talked about water for production. It's mainly the woman who will take that stroll down and up the stream to look for water, while the men sit and wait to manage the marketing node of the value chain. Let's also think about that labor, the time and the effort that the women put through when they're looking for water that they put on our tables, but also to grow the food that we enjoy every day, year in and year out. We need to see that the recommendations we are pushing forward in this climate discussion consider aspects of gender in terms of equal access to resources, but also decision-making processes. It doesn't add up if we are on the table, covering up the numbers, but there's need for our voice to also be heard and to meaningfully participate in this process. That's when we shall say there's equity on the table. We need to recognize agroecology and food systems as one that is critical and a strategy to adopt climate change. Why? Because it offers a systematic and holistic approach to food security, eliminating all forms of social injustices, but also looks at sustainable production to consumption of our food. Climate financing has been talked about, but why climate financing From the agroecological lens, we are looking at it in terms of supporting more in the interventions that we do, but also technical support, capacity building, especially of the grassroots communities where the smallholders fall, and looking at also policy development. Stella talked about the big intervention that we're doing currently as agroecological actors, which is the development of the National Agroecology Strategy. This didn't come easy. It had to take the whole Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN to declare that we need to upscale agroecology. And in Uganda, because our song with most of our ministries is always lack of finance, we still had to convince civil society organizations to come together and develop an agroecology strategy. I invite you to join us in our upcoming Agroecological Week of Action that is beginning on Monday. On Tuesday, we shall be looking at the National Agroecology Strategy. We shall be at Africana. Please come listen to how agroecology is being fronted as an alternative to many aspects that we are currently facing. Agroecology is not just a set of agricultural practices, it's a way of life, a pathway towards resilient and sustainable food systems in harmony with nature. I want to remind us that we are all holding nature in stewardship of the next generation. If you're not concerned about continuity, now is the time. Your legacy matters, but what kind of legacy are you handing over to the next generation? Agroecology addresses climate change by strengthening the resilience of farming systems and communities to be able to address the extreme weather events and the changing climate patterns that the farmers are increasingly facing. To change everything, we need everyone. The climate crisis demands collective action. We are here collectively, and we need to talk and walk the talk across all the sectors, especially in our food systems. And as a wind-up, I want to emphasize that climate change is not only a challenge, but it's also an opportunity for us to radically rethink how we live, produce, and consume while thinking about the next generation. I thank you. Before I leave the podium, I was requested to invite our guest, who is our commissioner from the Climate Change Department, Ministry of Water and Environment. Please let's put our hands together to Mr. Semambo Mohammed, who is representing the commissioner.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. My name is Semambo Mohammed. As you've heard the previous speaker, I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment in the Climate Change Department, and I work as the Acting Assistant Commissioner in the Climate Change Department. And my message is very simple today, or this morning, just to bring you greetings from the Commissioner Climate Change Department, Madam Athieno Mwebesa. She would have loved to be with us in this very meeting, but she requested me to stand in for her as she's also engaging in the DC meeting, just to ensure that climate change is integrated in the guidelines of the DC in the Ministry of Finance, and which I think all of us have been talking about, because the previous speaker talked about the domestic financing for climate change. So it is the very reason as to why she's not with us here, but in spirit, she's actually with us in this discussion. So allow me to observe all the protocol in the interest of time, because I'm very sure the person standing before you is a friend actually to everybody. So I will not mention each and every organization here. Maybe if you don't know me, or if you're not my friend, just raise up your hand. I see no friend here. So allow me to just summarize the protocols that the government representative in the room, the representative of the cultural institutions, I'm able to that we have a representative from the Uganda Kingdom, our chief negotiators, and all the civil society organization and the private sector. Good morning. We all know that we are crowned under the auspice of the CANU, that is Climate Action Network Uganda. And I'm very sure that even the previous speaker has confirmed to that this network has done a very good and wonderful work. The same movement we're trying to push for the youth, that there be a network which brings everybody into the group and have common discussion and avoid the duplication. So at this time, I would like also to recognize the presence of the chairperson. I'm not seeing him. Where is he? My friend. Okay. I recognize the presence of the chairperson and congratulate him for the new assignment. And I wish him good deliberation in that new assignment. We know that it's not easy to manage people of diverse interest coming from different backgrounds. But I think it has been very good movement, but also good track in ensuring that our civil society organizations that are interested in climate change are really well coordinated. And we pray to him to continuously push on to that mantle, not to have the network getting disbanded. I think you understand what I'm talking about. So we ask you that you really provide him support. If he has full support, also it makes our work easy as government, because we would want to know who are we dealing with at that particular time. So we congratulate Mr. Bakari Kwira in his absentia for having assumed the new role. Ladies and gentlemen, the work for the preparation of the national position, but also the national arrangement in the coming COP is almost coming to a conclusion. I'll tell you that thematic group meetings have been engaging. A lot has been discussed with government and some of you, because I remember that in a certain meeting, I think which was invited by WWF and Emir, we requested that let there be a communication from the civil society fraternity who is supporting on which thematic group. We've been having 7 thematic group running: adaptation, mitigation, technology, finance, capacity building, gender, and compliance. Compliance is what all of them have been running to ensure that they interpret the text as is coming from the UN to ensure that we align our position to the agenda items. We always remind our colleagues that the agenda items that are discussed at COP are actually set. It is not that whichever you want is what you put on the agenda item. Those agenda items are already determined by the parties and observers and the scientists to ensure what goes onto a particular agenda item for a particular COP. So the things that you are not seeing there, it's not that they are not important to the country, but they are not already been agreed on what goes onto those COP agenda items. Otherwise, if it was a blank statement, then we would have no order during the COP negotiations. So onto that, all what these thematic groups have been discussing, I've been trying to relate what are those COP29 agenda items that have to be discussed, but also making sure that there's alignment to the negotiation block which Uganda subscribed to. There is G7 and China. There is AGN, Africa Group of Negotiators. There is RODC. So as we try to discuss our positions, we have to align our interests with the blocks where we negotiate. So sometimes they become position of Uganda, And then they end up to be position of those negotiation blocks where we subscribe as Uganda. So this has already been done. And apparently, the Ministry of Water and Environment, I think 2 weeks or a week ago, we have checked on our lead negotiators how ready they are in terms of finalization of the Uganda's position, but fitting into the negotiation blocks, as already mentioned. And the feedback that we got from that meeting, almost ready. And once they are ready, it means that we are going to communicate the national position in a week's time to come. We're yet to confirm the date because we've been thinking about 23rd, 24th, but again, the new development is talking about 29th. But this one is going to be concretized. So alongside that, there are several capacity buildings that are going to be undertaken for our negotiators. The lead negotiators training what we call the young negotiators. Young, not in terms of age, but young at the entry, where I've entered. You can be 60, but you're just starting to negotiate. You are considered to be a young negotiator. So the youngness, that side, is not by age, is by the entry period into the negotiation process. So the lead negotiators are going to try to build some bit of capacity to what we call young negotiators in the bracket to ensure at least there's some bit of basics that could support those that have confirmed that they will be taking on this mantle of negotiation. So this workshop, I think, is really very timely, that as the lead negotiators are finishing their parts, we need to ensure that there is integration of the monitors of government. The monitors of government are those people that are trying to make oversight of what government is doing, okay? And which are the civil society. So I think it is really very timely, but we request you for a few things that have to be done. Having understood the negotiation of the thematic areas, we would want you to strategize your messages, align them to those areas to make it easier for the lead negotiators to pick out the message that will come out to your position paper. Don't make category, don't mix each and everything. If you have an issue to adaptation, please mention it under adaptation so that now the lead negotiator working with the secretary to CCD, it is very easy to pick out that element. If the element is for mitigation, please make it sure that it is for mitigation. Otherwise, if it's a mixed up thing, then again, it becomes challenging to try now to sieve out where that text that we're going to formulate and where should it be placed. We'd want to have our position paper, which is comprehensive enough, but also precise, on point, aligned with the co-presidency interests, because they set their interest, but also aligned with what is on the agenda items under those thematic groups, which agenda items are discussed in the SB. Now, the SB 60 determines what has to be on the COP agenda items. But alongside that, we also have room to integrate key information that could facilitate our negotiators in the side events. Not each of us that we are going to be main negotiators, isn't it? There are so important side events that will happen that could attract the aspect of financing, that could attract the aspect of capacity building, that could attract the aspect of technology transfer and development. And we take advantage of those parallel side events in the pavilion, but also they could be bilaterals. So some information that would be important, we can also try to put it in our negotiation paper. So I think this is what I want to make a little bit of emphasis, that we are looking at this gathering to come up with what we call the CSO position paper, but fitting very well within the thematics that it could be now integrated into the national position paper. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, in the interest of time, to stop the remarks of the Commissioner Climate Change Department, and I wish ourselves good deliberation. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Semam, our friend. I'm also your friend. Gasta is my Mr. Bachika there is my friend. He's a veteran, actually. Onesimus is my friend. Very long, very, very long. So, yeah, thanks so much. We've come to the closure of this first session. No, there is another session. I need consensus. It's 11, 18, 19. So, requesting we take our break. Then when we come back, somebody should mute. Okay. Yeah. When we come back, we take a group photo quickly and then proceed to presentation from again Mr. Semamo. And then we move to Mr. Bachika and then we'll do the plenary. These will be short presentations, so they will not take so long. But for now, I request we take a break of 30 minutes. We take our tea, we come back. Don't go very far because we want to really manage our time. So is that okay? The picture now? Do you need the picture now or we take the picture after break? Pardon? After break, okay. Let's break off. For break, we come back, take a picture, we move into the presentations. Thanks so much. The tea is ready, please. Let's do chap chap, we come back. Yeah.
Okay, Sarah, thank you so much. Exercise. Yeah. Sure. Why do you want unmute? To mute. To mute. The speaker is not working. Inakuja Mungu signing.
Our break time is over, so I request that we join the rest of us here to do the next formal item. The camera people, are you ready? And then proceed to the presentations and then the panel discussions. The photographer team, photographer team, where are you? Yeah, you kindly come and you help us organize here. We take from, I don't know. At the back, but we need these. Yeah. Even at the back to not, because there's light coming here, it is okay. As we should come here, we take our picture. Let's do that very fast, because we don't want to have a late lunch. Mr. Mtede, you could organize. Yes. Members, even at the back, the original one was Unira and you put, you can stand akimbo. Members, please you come forward, come forward. We need all of you to take this historic picture. Yeah, some chairs. Some chairs. Members, please. Commissioner and Harold. Harold, Commissioner. Hajat Jalia. Buganda Kingdom, you're missing in the picture. Susan, you are missing in the picture. Please come over here. Junior Wamani, come and process you in the picture. Gasta. The taller people. Obani muambo wano. Prof, you are very welcome. Guys, first wait. We have our professor in the house. Prof, I've reserved the seat for you here, Prof. Welcome. Mr. Wachika, you are out. Susan, you're out of the picture. Teddy, you seem to be out of the picture. I can see from my lens here. Yes.
This side, only this side. Let them block the mic. No, no, that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. Wait. Okay. Let's look all here and smile. Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Set this. Fire. Set. The presentation ready. Come on. The presentation ready. Commissioner, you are most welcome. You missed the picture, unfortunately, but we shall do Photoshop. Yeah, you're most welcome, Commissioner. Yes. So I'm just checking to be sure that the so in the house, we have new participants, very distinguished. We have just been joined by Commissioner Joseph Epitu. You can maybe wave or stand up, recognition. Yeah, and there's a lot of activity going on. Actually, the other meetings. So you're most welcome. We have Professor John B. Kado, who joined us. Let me give you the advantage of the mic.
Thank you very much indeed again. apology for coming at this time. There are many engagements, as you know, this time of the year. Thank you.
Yes, then we have Commissioner Onduri, Emeritus.
Morning, colleagues. Yes, I'm ready to work with the civil societies on this climate change agenda, and let's have ample preparation and see how the civil society can work in a productive manner with the government of Uganda. Thank you.
Thanks so much for those kind words. Charles, you didn't introduce.
I
You
think
did?
then Charles
Regen-
Kabisa from Regenerate
Regenerate,
Africa,
okay.
sorry.
Somehow. Okay. Then we have a colleague from the Kampala Capital City Authority, Mr. Julius. Okay. But in the house we have KCC. Yes. Just
Once again, I'm Julius Bakashaba Mugara, working with KCCA, and KCCA, averagely every day we interact with 5 million people in our city. So when we're talking about climate, I feel this is the right symposium to be part of. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
thanks so much. You see, we are well represented. Government, local governments, everybody is here. Now, let me just consult to the Commissioner Semambo here. Okay, members, let's listening to Mr. Muhammad Semambo. Then thereafter we'll have Mr. Bachika. I think you also ready, the veteran Bachika. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good morning and good afternoon. I see there is 1 minute to afternoon, I think. My time might be a little bit behind. My name is Semambo Mohammed, and I'm going to be taking you through a presentation in relation to the outcomes of COP28. And I think it's just an eye-opener just for us to see what will be discussed next. So specifically from the agenda, I've been requested to present the outcomes of COP28 and the progress Uganda has made so far in terms of implementation of those outcomes. Next. So I have in my presentation outline about 3 or 2 bullets talk about that we'll be trying to elaborate at a later stage. A bit of introduction and what are the key outcomes. Then alongside the key outcomes, I'll be trying to giving or try to mention how far have we gone in terms of their implementation. Next. I think we all know that the COP28 took place in Dubai last year, and I think it was about November to December, and several countries did participate in the COP. So it was in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. So the ultimate goal of the COP, that COP28, the last COP, it was actually to come up with major collective pledges to keep the Paris Agreement commitment of limiting temperature warming to way below 2 degrees, and if you do better, 1.5 degrees Celsius. So all the money you're talking about, all the adaptation, all the loss and damage, name it, capacity building, the ultimate objective is that how do we reduce global warming? How do we reduce emission? How do we promote resilience? That's why we talk about the adaptation, the loss and damage, the financing, the technology, the gender, and so many other things. So the ultimate goal is actually to fit into that. And many people attended that COP. They're talking about 85,000 that attended the COP, both virtually, but also physically. And there are representation of heads of state at that COP. So Uganda participated in that COP, and we are to firm up to commit the fostering of the sustainable development, advancing national development objectives, and also contributing to the collective accomplishment of the international community while addressing climate change. Because we are a party, the United Nations Framework Convention, and therefore we went there with many objectives. Okay? One, as a member of the UNFCCC, we are to ensure that we participate and contribute to the ultimate goal of reducing emissions and curbing down global warming. But also as LDC, we are to go and find out what are the opportunities that we can tap from there to meet our adaptation needs and so many other elements. So that's why we went for that COP. Next. So at COP 28, can you move? At COP 28, what we are seeing in red were the major key outcomes. And this information is public information. You can find it at the UNFCCC website. Number one, there was decisions of making an end for the fossil fuel era. It was very key that they would want to end fossil fuel, and then the first time government agreed the need for transition away from fossil fuels with a call to speed up the shift to renewable like wind and solar. Okay? That is one corrective outcome or decision which was made at COP28. A shift from fossil fuel to embracing more of the renewables like wind and solar. Number two is the global stocktake. The global stocktake is a report which tries to check whether we are progressing in addressing climate change, whether we are progressing in terms of meeting our commitments for financing, whether we are progressing in terms of making commitments for capacity building, for technology development and transfer, but also promoting resilience. That you said so many things that you want to do, but a stocktake report is to check on the progress of implementation of those decisions. So the global stocktake was undertaken, but the conclusion was we have not done enough. In the first global stocktake, that is the conclusion of that report. It has its challenges, but the world is not doing enough to reduce on emissions. We don't have the appropriate required capacities for adaptation and resilience. That's why we are still facing these challenges. Technology and financing are not yet done. This is what Onesimus was trying to say. Even the money, the 100 million pledge which was made has not been fulfilled. So the global stocktake concluded onto that. So that bit number two, we have not done enough. Number three is about the new financing for loss and damage was reached after being negotiated for decades. Now the money for finance for loss and damage was declared. Okay? And they say over 600 million USD was committed into that funding stream. And I think this is also a plus. Enhanced adaptation effort, parties agreed to target the global goal for adaptation, fostering resilience, water, food, health, ecosystem, infrastructure, poverty, eradication, and cultural heritage, isn't it? That is what has come out in enhancing adaptation effort. The following are key. But out of the key, I think for us, we are very happy that health has come into the room to be recognized at COP20 what? COP28. The rest have been there, but health has come, and then the issues to deal with culture and heritage, I think they are very instrumental for the African setup. So, adaptation indicators, because we have a mitigation indicator, you know that, and a target, isn't it? Reducing emission by 2 degrees. If you do well, we push it to what? 1.5, isn't it? But there's no indicators for adaptation. So at that level, the indicators are going to be moving in that line of those sectors. Then the next is about finance, that several funding streams were replenished. In terms of commitment and pledges, that's why we're looking at the 12.8. Some for adaptation, some for GCF, some for the small states island fund, and so many other things. But the total commitment in terms of funding windows was the 12 billion that was committed. The link between action and nature conservation became very paramount. The role nature play in terms of climate change adaptation and mitigation was highly recognized, and countries or parties were urged to promote nature-based solutions. Okay? And then lastly is about the practical climate change solutions. From the talking to the practices. So it's about the innovation. And most of these were moving in terms of energy, because energy is very key in terms of driving the climate. So the practical solutions were very, very much emphasized in terms of reducing emissions, like in health, agriculture, and energy. So if somebody is to ask you about the key outcomes of COP28, these are the key outcomes. There are others, but these are the key outcomes. Next. So how have we fared in terms of their implementation? Loss and damage. I've already mentioned that there was about commitments at that global level, but the fund was not yet, the secretariat was not yet being finalized in terms of establishment. The secretariat has been established. So what Uganda is doing actually is in the blue, that government and partners are putting evidence that could help you to tap in loss and damage. The lead negotiators here will tell you that despite the fund is there, but it's not automatic that you go and line up and they give you. You have to show that we have loss and damage coming from climate change. And how do you show that? Is the empirical evidence. The scientific and socioeconomic research that demonstrates that these are the losses we have had, both qualitative and quantitative, but they have to be turned into monetary terms. Okay? So what we are doing as a country, we have worked on the blueprint for climate mobility under the support of the Global Mobility Center. This is part of improving on the empirical evidence that we shall use for loss and damage fund typing. Number two, with the UNF Capital Development Fund, Uganda is doing a study to document the quantitative and qualitative losses and damage that we have incurred. So the Ministry of Water and Environment is taking lead into the two with those partners. So that's what we are doing. So that is one progress, sir, as you have requested. Loss and damage, we are preparing ourselves to tap into the funding once it is fully operational. Okay? In terms of global goal on adaptation, there's something which I mentioned about indicators, isn't it? So Professor Kadu and a team of few people have been trying to look at what are the possible indicators for health, okay? For agriculture, in energy, in line with those sectors which are prioritized, that we could submit under our negotiation stream that can be discussed at the coming COP. Because those indicators are going to be global indicators, isn't it? So they will be standardized in nature. So Professor Kadu and a few team have been working on what are the possible indicators for water, for health, for agriculture, name it, those sectors which are prioritized, so that we can contribute to the negotiation streams where we subscribe, isn't it? Which have to be submitted to the UNFCCC, and they'll have discussion over there and they agree on the standardized indicators for adaptation. She has gone, eh? But I can continue. Somebody, I hope I'm not the one. So that is number two, okay? On the global goal, what are we doing as Uganda? Because it was a key outcome. On the global goal, since there was a little bit of contentious issues how this report was done, okay? We are making suggestions for those areas that we think are not covered in the global what? In the global goal, for that next time when the UNFCCC is commissioning the next global, the next stocktake report, at least those elements that were missing in the first stocktake report are addressed. There are some elements that were not addressed in the first stocktake report. For example, it was not transparent how much the developed countries have given in terms of money. What it is showing, there is not enough money. We want to see how much of these countries have provided, so that now we don't put each and everything in the same box. So there are certain areas that we would want to look into to ensure that there is transparency in that stock take report, the improvement of the structure of the report. Finance, a lot has been committed, I've already told you, but the red one is just unpacking. It is unpacking the 12, isn't it? So when we look at green climate change financing, there is that money which has been proposed for GCF. The least developed country financing is also, there's that commitment, adaptation fund, multilateral, and so many other things. Continue. Please continue. Then the International Agency for Energy, International Energy Agency pledged that billions of money. Then what is important is number 6, that there was 100 million which was announced for under the GF towards food losses, and for 7 African countries, of which Uganda was a part. You recall the Minister for Energy represented us in that during COP29. So now the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Financing are finalizing what is required, because you already allotted to 10 million for Uganda out of that. But they have to address the issues to do with the losses in agriculture and food system. Okay? Next. So MAIF is working with the Ministry of Energy and with the Ministry of Finance to attain that money, because it's already allotted to us 10 million out of that. Next. For mitigation, there are a number of things that were discussed. Number 2, on carbon trade. Okay. One of the contentious issues that since COP21, which established the Paris Agreement, is it? The aspect of carbon trading came into play, is it, under the Paris Agreement? And one element which has never been finalized even up to now, moving to the next COP, is the procedure for market mechanisms. But we have not set aside. Uganda have moved into developing the regulations for participation in the carbon mechanism for national level, depending on the available guidance. Okay, that is going on. When it comes to just transition about fossil fuels, isn't it? So the issue is about a just, orderly, and equitable manner is what we urged for. And all the developing countries, and we attend that, isn't it? But what is important, this is not binding, isn't it? The shifting from fossil fuel to renewables, it is not binding. That's why the aspect of the just transition came into play. We are not at the same level, and Uganda was in for that. But doesn't mean that we are not responsive to the emissions. That's why the energy transition plan by the Ministry of Energy was done and finalized. Okay? So it is one element that we have to recognize, that the energy transition plan by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development was done. How are we going to do our just transition? It is in that plan. Okay? Continue. Continue. Under technology, the boss is here for technology. But what is important, we have done what we call the technology needs assessment for Uganda. And ever since those years, how many years, Mr. Nduri? About 5 years, we have never received a single coin to implement it. But the good news now, we have a partner called Sustainable Solutions for Africa. We are working together to put up a project that is going to help us to implement our technology needs assessment. A proposal is advancing. I think Mr. Onduru will talk about that. A proposal is advancing, but also trying to look into other mechanisms that could enable us, first and foremost, to do technology assessment in the other sectors that were not covered, isn't it? Then number 2 is that mobilization of the money. These technologies require some bit of resources, is what we are now trying to focus on. Okay. Next. Capacity building. Commissioner Epitu is here. Under capacity building, there are several decisions that were made at Dubai. One, the annual technical progress report for the Paris Committee on capacity building for 2023 was presented. And I think Mr. Epitu told us it was adopted. Not so. So now that it was adopted, it is now to look for resources and expertise to build the capacity. This capacity, it is not a standalone aspect. Capacity for mitigation, capacity for adaptation, capacity in technology, capacity in gender, capacity in each and everything. So it's not a standalone, but the good news is that their plan was approved by the COP decision, isn't it? Therefore, the UNF to proceed is to look for money to ensure that those identified actions to be built into in terms of the plan are implemented. And I think, Mr. Epitu, you are going to look for money under this scope to implement the plan. If my suspicion is really correct. The TRS, will talk about them for the committee, because it is a committee which is going to help implementation of the plan at global level. Next. Under gender, a review of gender action plan that the COP requested the parties and the constituted bodies to submit to the Secretariat by March, by 31st March 24, to the Secretariat to make a synthesis report for the bond decision to inform the proceedings and the discussion at the next COP. The next COP is what we're talking about, the one which is coming yesterday. Okay? I mean the one which is coming tomorrow. A few days, isn't it? Yeah? But the key issue here that Uganda never is one of the countries which have never had that gender action plan on climate change. It has been about thinking about how many ladies and have attended, have been trained, isn't it? But the gender experts are telling us it is beyond that sex, isn't it? Okay? So when I was registering in the morning, I was asked, are you a male or female? You take, isn't it? So it is beyond that. So with support from FAO, Uganda has advanced to develop a gender strategy and the action plan to fit into what is required by the UNFCCC. So other outcomes, which are really very important, you know that Uganda is pioneering issues to deal with climate change and mobility, isn't it? And migration. And we have had a declaration, isn't it? Which we are trying to bring all the African countries, but also LDCs to embrace, because climate change and mobility, migration, is very key in the developing countries setup. There are very many people that are moving from one place to another because of migrations. It is not only about the political migrations, isn't it? So Uganda has been fronting this, but I can tell you that we have had several countries that have embraced this. Continuously to sign the Kampala Declaration to ensure that we put it at the level of the UN consideration in terms of climate change and migration. A representative from the kingdom will call it Okutembeta. Is that Okutembeta? We want to Okutembeta climate change and migration to the UNFCCC decision-making bodies, which is the COP. And there are so many benefits that could come along with that to address climate change and migration issues that we are seeing in our countries. Okay? Then some memorandums were signed, and I think apparently right now those memorandums are being unpacked into investment areas. One of it is with the Italians, cooperation, okay? So there's endorsement of Health Day during COP28, isn't it? It is the first COP where there was a Health Day recognized. So the good news that Uganda by then has moved ahead to start to prepare our what? HNAP, the Health National Adaptation Plan. And I think this is also a plus for our side. I've already talked about the Global Stocktake Report. It had its challenges, but we're trying to propose those elements that we think that it should embrace because it is an accountability report. Next. This is my last slide. A lot of the COP agenda items in or during COP28 we are not finalized, and therefore we are deferred for SB 60 and COP29. So these lead negotiators, they will tell you that this agenda item, we did not conclude it. One example which I've already mentioned is the procedures for carbon market, the procedures, okay? They were deferred to SB 60, and SB 60 is also pushing them to COP29. So there are so many things, including now the indicators for adaptation. They were deferred, okay? So we are looking forward that during COP29, maybe there will be some bit of conclusion about the indicators for adaptation. So with that, Mr. Moderator, this is what I managed to put, sort of providing accountability, how far I'm moving. I've not provided progress on the processes, but I'll only focus on the key areas, what Uganda has been doing. And importantly, those areas which have achieved, we are putting them as our position to the next COP. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Mr. Chinje, I think once the confirmation, Mr. Semam, he wasn't sure what you were saying.
I was saying. So at COP29, COP28, the procedures for market mechanism are not concluded. Under mitigation thematic group, we are requesting that these procedures should be concluded so that now the business for carbon is opened up for practice. At COP28, the adaptation indicators were not concluded. It's only about the sectors that were mentioned. We want at COP29 that these indicators are concluded so that now we have commitments and targets and adaptation and so many others.
Much, Mr. Semambo. I think, Gasta, you understood what he said. Now, next, I think we have a very short plenary because Mr. Bachike is still uploading, so we can just take advantage of the 5 minutes, I mean 5, okay? You've listened in. You may need some clarifications. Already Gasta's clarification has been made. So if you have a question, additional information. Yeah, thanks so much. Pasco. Be very brief because we have just 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. 30
for,
seconds.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. But my concern to the ministry is on the issue of the mitigation thematic group. Okay, during the COP preparatory mitigation preparatory meetings, we have been observing limited participation, especially from the civil society actors in the Department of Mitigation. So what are you as a ministry doing to ensure that this mitigation department improves the performance? And then secondly, it's now on the issue of carbon credit. Maybe this one has something to relate with the negotiations, but majorly it will be directed to the climate change department.
As you close?
Well, okay. Under carbon credit departments, we understand we have two ways where we have complement and then voluntary. And as the ministry is developing policies concerning carbon credits.
Pasco, don't make a composition, just ask a question.
Okay. And now, people who have carbon credits.
What is the question? What's the question?
Yes. The question is, under voluntary carbon credit trading mechanisms, aren't carbon credit projects allowed to carry off the trading?
Okay, thanks so much. Another question to Commissioner. You guys were convinced, eh? There's a junior, there's a emeritus commissioner here.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not asking a question. It's just additional information on the migration and climate change. Uganda spearheaded the process of consulting on the link between climate change and migration in hotspots that were identified through studies at global and international levels. Now, those studies pointed at various hotspots in Uganda, including the Cattle Corridor, the Karamoja region, and also other areas that are prone to climate adverse effects. Now, the Global Center for Climate Mobility, which is based in New York, worked with the Ministry of Water and Environment to confirm the outcomes of these reports. And indeed, there were consultations met at different levels with at government level, the district level in the spot area, hotspot areas, and also selected hotspots suspected by the country here, by the government. Now, the report of that led to the development of the blueprint on climate and migration in Uganda. That blueprint was consultatively developed. I was coordinating the process, and the final blueprint was launched in New York by the Minister of Water and Environment in the presence of the Permanent Secretary, and that was during the UN General Assembly. So the purpose of this blueprint is now going to guide in the implementation of the Kampala Declaration, and also how to integrate climate mobility in our adaptation and mitigation activities or interventions that we have in Uganda. So that's how far, at least, the government has also gone. It was a very intensive sort of consultation, but we are proud that we are the only country in Africa that has got a blueprint on climate change and migration, and we are the second in the world to have that. And I think we are going to do more awareness and sensitization with that blueprint when we go to COP 29, and we intend to officially, domestically launch that blueprint here in Uganda. I just thought I should update you on that so that you don't think the government is starting from nowhere. At least there's a ground. Now we have the blueprint on climate change and migration. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Commissioner, for the information. Mr. Kabiswa, would you like to sponsor us? There's something very important Commissioner just raised, but we seem not to know that there's something very good, climate change and migration. Regenerate Africa, would you want to sponsor a webinar or something like that at some point? Very important subject.
Thanks. I think there are three fundamental areas beyond even the population dynamics and the migration that we've had. Uganda is actually leading, probably globally, on the health and climate integration, that nexus conversation, not necessarily in talks, but also in a number of our policy documents. So this is known, and Uganda is on top. Two, Uganda is again on top in terms of the integrating or trying to position agroecology in this entire climate conversation, of course, with other players or even other negotiating bodies. But now the population dynamics, which is fundamental, and the migration is very, very, very fundamental. I remember this was actually launched in the Bonn SBI, was it SBI 59? And I think that was when the IOM and the colleagues from all over the world gathered, and our minister was present there. I am also lucky that I sneaked that launch. So I think for me, these are very, very fundamental issues, and I must say they are not anywhere in the thematic negotiation blocks, but we need to find the entry point, because we don't want to wait until when they become negotiation themes. But our entry point is which are these pockets? Where do we see them integrated into adaptation. Those of you who were at COP28, I think you saw the global goal on adaptation talking more about the agroecology and food systems in there. Migration is also there. And our country position last year actually was vivid, talking about these three areas. They are highly respected by the African group of negotiators. So I am positive that we need also to come and bring those uniqueness that Uganda has in form. We have so many LODCs that are behind that. So we are open with other partners, our code and the others, Action Aid, PERA, to continue actually opening up this kind of conversation, including polishing this text as we are heading to the back, probably even the Brazil COP 30.
Thanks so much. Partners, you had very important piece of work that we need to do. We need to, get these documents sorted. Now, Mr. Wachika. There's a question here.
Not a
Yes,
question.
Harold.
The privilege of sitting on the table where microphones rest. Yes, I was excited by the presentation, especially that we are now going to be talking about adaptation indicators, meaning that actually climate change is going to stop being the waringa that scares people. When it was just about climate, temperature rise, and carbon. So just waringa up there for elitists. Now, for us, abantu bawansi who care about health, food, water, I think climate change is going to be meaningful to us now. And this is where we have to put our foot on the ground, dear negotiators, and we bring these things on the table and negotiate for food, negotiate for health, negotiate for cities, negotiate for climate resilient infrastructure. That makes meaning. And actually, I think even the government will gladly understand this when we talk of climate resilient roads, railways. We can take it to finance and even get local funding, the local funding that has been dodging, that has been running in the corridors when it comes to funding climate action. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Harold. You people don't want to put Mr. Semam on the spot. Or they have understood everything. Because the role of civil society is to make sure that government does what it's supposed to do. And also does what it has intentionally left out. On the WhatsApp. Okay. Okay. I don't see any questions. Maybe you can respond. One where? There's one here, then Commissioner can respond.
Commissioner, thank you. Thank you very much for that captivating presentation. Mine is just quick. You've talked over the climate gender strategy being devolved, but I kind of want to know when will it be finalized? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. You have a question there. There's Commissioner Ondori.
Sorry to come back on this. I think Mr. Semambo presented an area of capacity building. And we have identified mainly two capacity building issues in the climate change process. One, the capacity of the countries to produce fundable projects for submission to the respective institutions for consideration. Then we also have the modalities of different financial institutions, which are a bit complicated. The GCF, the JEF, Adaptation Fund, World Bank. And we are here, government and the civil societies. This issue has been on the table for quite long. I would like you to start thinking beyond just normal collaboration with government. How can we combine the resources that are within government and the civil society. We get not this presentation, PowerPoint presentation, a classroom conversation, building capacity of selected stakeholders to start fishing out the outcomes of the COP, translate them into proposals and submit them. We know the sources of funding, the World Bank, the GCF, and so on. We can call those people to come and take us through their methods, and then we get questions. Maybe we give each one each day, a full day, so that by the time people leave the training for 1 week, we get critical people who can now be actively operational to develop proposals coming out of the COP decisions. Otherwise, we shall go to the COP, civil society on one side, government on one side. Very important decisions are made that could be translated into tangible interventions, and we are not able to do that. So if you are talking of real action, I want us now to start thinking, government and the civil society. Leave alone your other activities that you may not want the government to know. But this is a common, I know in the civil society you develop proposals. Every day they ask you, before you access funds from your donors, the funders, they'll ask you, where's your proposal? Can we make that proposal be acknowledged to a bigger group, identify the team where you say, there's a decision on this. Can we call the team here? And they do the proposal, and it is verified, approved, and sent either to the CTCN, the JEF, the Adaptation Fund, and that is my prayer. Otherwise, we shall keep singing.
Thanks so much. That's very good guidance. And the big boys have had, you've already had actually. So we need to take that advice from Mr. Nduri seriously if we are to progress. Mr. Semam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And thanks, Kabis Charles and Fred Onduri for providing additional information. Like Chair have said that what Mr. Fred Onduri has mentioned about the blueprint, all that information is to prepare us to tap into the loss and damage financing. Because you need to have evidence that you put in your proposal and request for the resources that are required. So we have to put down the empirical evidence. We thank you very much, Mr. Fred Onduri, for identifying that support under the Global Center for Mobility to help the government of Uganda to establish the blueprint. The information is available, can be shared, so that you look at that blueprint, what does it mean in terms of climate change and mobility. Pius, is that Pius? Pasco. Pasco has asked 2 questions, and he was very much passionate. Why the mitigation thematic group has no participants? And you're asking government, would you want each thematic group to have several participants, but we're not going to force people to go there where they don't have interest. Okay? So you could find that the participants under the mitigation are those who are interested more in the energy. Okay? But we try as much as possible to encourage them. But I also recall that the reason as why we are here, unless maybe you got a different invitation, is for the civil society to work on those thematic areas to come up with a position, which is aligned. I'm very sure now you be an ambassador in this setup to call as many as you can to be part of the mitigation thematic group. You produce a paper for civil society on the aspect of climate change and mitigation to enter into our thematic paper, the national one. Okay? So this is also the reason I think, isn't it the reason? Isn't it the reason as why we are here, that we would want to try to align the current thematic positions with our civil society position paper, isn't it? Including the mitigation. That will help us to make a lot of sense in terms of increasing on the input into the mitigation area. Then number 2 is about compliance and the non-compliance market mechanism, carbon. And your question is that, is the ministry stopping you from what? From trading? So I'm responding to you, sir. It is clear. It is clear. The fact that the regulations are not yet out, isn't it? Can't you go ahead and continue to trade? This is what you're asking in simple terms. Two things to note from you. The minister, not the ministry, the minister in charge of climate change, give a public notice. I don't know if you saw it, about carbon trading. It was a public notice for all of us in Uganda who are in the space of carbon trading. That notice, I'm going to share it with you because it was public. Then number two, whether voluntary or compliance, it has to be regulated. And it will be regulated. And the regulations are coming. Okay? The best idea would be is that, how do you start to organize yourself to get aligned to the regulation? If you're already in the practice, isn't it? It is not stopping you to practice, but once it becomes effective, you are to be aligned. So how do I start to prepare myself to get aligned to the regulation? I think that would be, for me, it would be the most important what? Important question for now. So now, if you continue to trade, that is your business, but know that the regulation is coming and to regulate all of you. The best principle to do is that to start organizing yourself to trade. Then the question is also, I'm also getting worried. Why are you hiring to trade? Is there something wrong you are doing? Huh? No, I'm not the moderator, but those are questions even from our side, isn't it? That's why that public notice was given by the minister, isn't it? We notice a business which has time element, most especially those who are in the private sector, isn't it? But again, you are doing it in the jurisdiction of Uganda, and the government of Uganda has an obligation to protect its citizens and resources, isn't it? And therefore, it has to regulate it. Whoever is doing this business, domestically or internationally, you have to be regulated. So, back to you, moderator. But his hand is up.
One more question, because so you got Mr. Simamba has done a very good job. Just be patient. The regulations are coming. Edwin, you're most welcome. Unfortunately, I will not give you the opportunity to ask a question. You will do it after. Eh? Yeah, he represents a very important grouping, the younger people. Although for himself, he has transitioned. Thanks so much, Edwin. But he brings a very powerful force on the scene. Now let's proceed to Mr. Wachika. Now, Mr. Wachika, you are most welcome. Mr. Wachika is our in-country facilitator for the NDC. He's going to present to us the review of the key outcomes for the 2024 Bonn intersessional meetings and implications for COP29. He connects from what Mr. Semamba has, presented, because he presented the one of COP28 and the progress. Now here is what happened in Germany, I think early June, first week, second week of June, what transpired. So Mr. Wachika, you have about 20 minutes. Yes, you're most welcome. You can choose to roam around the room, people to know you. Yeah.
I want to be here in that when bottles are being thrown, like when you are dancing in some of the bivouacs, you can easily run away. But nonetheless, I had made a slight amendment to what was expected, and I thought, since we are going to have lead negotiators who are from the G77 retreat, which was happening in Kampala for the last 3 days, they would give you a full blast of what concluded in Bonn, much as I'll do a small highlight building on what Mr. Semambo has highlighted. So my presentation is going to be simple, but as you know, I've changed the way I deliver presentations to ensure that at the end of the day, we have a fair understanding and the transfer of knowledge. So I will talk about issues and what are the implications for COP29. And I managed to move with my Paris Agreement text. This is the text I used in the Paris Agreement negotiations. So I still move with it when it comes to issues of sharing. So my outline is simple. I want to set a scene because I know in these talks, when we use so many jargons, a number of you fail to connect what we say, and then others just decide to sit back and relax. Then others just leave it until you get tired of talking. But at the end of the day, we need to get views from you. So we need to make these views clear. So the state of play, I said I will highlight a few conclusions in Bonn that are pertinent to me and the way I advise, that is Emily. Also the potential implications, what happens when we don't become serious and annoyed with the climate talks. Many of you might think like these talks, many people are wasting time, burning money, but I'm happy now some of you are feeling the pain, and I will share some of that pain. So next, I have set a small quiz. Anthony, give me 5 minutes additional to your 20. I would request each of our participants, don't worry, take time. Please don't talk to the lead negotiators because that will be automatic disqualification. The winner will walk away with a 50,000 note, addition to your additional support, whoever is supporting. But from me, you have 50,000. And you must pass all the 5 questions. So I want you to pluck one paper. I'm not promoting deforestation, but it's a mark sheet. And don't put your name, because we are not in a name and shame. We are just assessing ourselves. I know how I'm going to mark. You don't worry. Don't worry. But if I see you talking to any negotiator, automatic disqualification. So there are 5 questions for you. And this will set the scene in addition to what the commissioner has said. And we are using strictly 5 minutes. You see, when you do an exam which is not timed, you never finish. So the first question, what describes the UNFCCC? From what you have had all of the years, a number of you, we have been interacting with you for almost 10 years, some of you. What is your understanding of the UNFCCC? Just pick from those 4 multiple choices. Just pick. I'm giving you 30 seconds as I'm watching who is talking to a negotiator. No, negotiators are not part, because for them, they are the ones who wrote these things. 2, which of the following is legally binding? We have been talking about legal binding, treaties, agreements. Which of the following is legally binding? And please, you choose one. If I say a whisper to a negotiator, help us disqualify yourself. Next. Okay, there.
We talk of greenhouse gases. And I had someone saying, mitigation, they are few. What? Which of the following are greenhouse gases? I tried to keep you away from the formulas because not all of you did chemistry, but the English terminologies are there. So I'm giving you also 30 seconds for that. Also, question 4, which of the following is a policy response to climate change? Please, we talk about mitigation, we talk about adaptation. And all of you write a good concept. You say this is a mitigation concept. This is a loss and damage concept. This is adaptation. So, which you are talking about? We just want to get an overview. And colleagues, the reason why we are doing this, we assess ourselves as partners every time we convene these meetings, and we say, okay, at the end of the day, have we improved people's knowledge? Or we have bombarded the people, and people have gone as they came. So over the years, we are shifting from just talking hypothetical things to making the things simple. And also for journalists to report. Journalists are fond of mixing environment and climate. 5, next. Some of you are talking about those things. LDCF, CCF, GF, GCF, what. So the following are financial entities of the financial mechanism. So tell us, which of those are the financial entities of a financial mechanism? We use these terminologies interchangeably, and we end up confusing a number of you. And the civil society advocacy messages now get lost. Someone, instead of saying we want access to a financial mechanism, we will say we want access to the World Bank. So here we are trying to make things broken down. So by now, all of us have changed. Now, how are we going to mark ourselves? We believe in the process of cooperation and shared vision. And in the Bible, they say, love your what? So now I want you to trust your neighbor. Trust your neighbor. Exchange with your neighbor. Because at the end of the day, someone is taking 50,000. So if you collaborate with a neighbor, so in such a way to ensure that we have one winner, I would say that the neighbor should keep that until we run through this presentation. And as we go through it, you tick, you mark. You get me? You mark. So next slide, please. Yeah, that's the only way you can book attention of a large audience like this one. So in short, what concluded in Bonn? A number of you went to Bonn. Emily had a delegate in Bonn. The ministry had quite a diverse composition, but just a snapshot. Like the colleague who said mitigation is challenging, is what? Yes, in Bonn also mitigation was a problem. And as such, one of the agenda items under mitigation, which is the mitigation work program, suffered the Rule 16, and it is continuing to the next round of SBs. When I say SBs, we call them subsidiary bodies. And this work program is envisaged to be the next course of all mitigation-related interventions, apart from market mechanisms under Article 6. Adaptation prof is here. Already they have informed us and will continue to tell you. They have also moved as far as now measuring the global goal on adaptation. And they have requested the Secretariat to undertake a compilation and map existing indicators. I think there's a workshop in Samashek. I don't know if it has happened or not yet. Agriculture. The reason why I picked agriculture, I know a number of our partners in the room, you like agriculture. But much as you like agriculture is suffering a natural death under negotiations. And painfully, we are also bringing health. At one time, I asked a colleague, why are you carrying matters of WHO with a global arm to have national implementation to a multilateral process? And he whispered to me, do you know the whisper? Ask me the whisper during lunch. So agriculture, negotiations under the Summer Shake Joint Work Program have suffered 15 months deadlock. You know a deadlock? Any of you who are in a relationship and you are not talking to each other? So that's a deadlock. Huh? And the parties, as things have moved, they have agreed now on 2 topics to discuss. Can you imagine? We started agriculture from an adaptation issue. Our partners said no, agriculture can also have a mitigation co-benefit. And I told my colleague from Kenya, that is George Wamukoya, I joked with George. Now, you see, when you are a lawyer and you enter science world, you find it difficult to balance science and legalities. Because in science, we always believe you don't wait for a conclusion to make an inference. That is the precautionary principle. So now agriculture has been reduced to topics. You can see the pain. Now they are talking of workshop topics. Actually, some of us have been telling our colleagues in agriculture, when will you run away from workshopping and now go into the substantive items? We leave that to agriculture negotiators, but the thing is, they have agreed on 2 topics. We need to clap for them. There is a topic on systematic and holistic approaches to implementation of climate action. There is also another topic on progress, challenge, and opportunities. I didn't complete the name, but I'll check as we complete. Agriculture has also followed the trap of forestry. Remember, in the convention and in the Paris Agreement, the only sector with a chapter or with an article, and please, one of the characteristics of any negotiator, you have to move with these documents, not in soft copy, but in hard copy. Because soft copy, if you have no power, like how we came in this room, you won't follow. Article 5. Article 5 in the Paris Agreement only speaks about forests. But under the convention, when you are discussing REDD+, after 10 years of tagging, it was also pushed to online portal. And that is a behavior of some people. When they see that a topic has become so hot, the way the topic is reduced is they tell you, let's agree on having an online portal where we receive submissions on that topic. They know who will not make a submission. RODCs, seeds, then all the developing countries now will start not making submissions, and the topic starts dying slowly. Now, agriculture has also said, Secretariat, please develop for us an online portal for our work, and Secretariat will do you. And my colleagues in agriculture, I only claim and continue to warn you, run away from nomenclature. Remain under SBI, even if you pick one item and agriculture. But stop running everywhere, because you are going to be locked, like Red Plus, how it was locked 10 years until it came up as a result-based payment. Next, finance. The reason why I gave finance a whole slide and an example is because this COP is envisaged to be a finance COP. Finance is the great enabler of all pacts we are talking about, of all response measures, adaptation, mitigation. And we had one orphan in Paris. Anthony decided to hide away from me when it was midnight, but that orphan was NCQG. How many of you remember the orphan issues of the Paris Agreement? You can see many of you forgot the orphans of the Paris Agreement. Now, orphans of the Paris Agreement were those items in the Paris Agreement that did not have provisions under the rule book. One of it, if you recall, and I always repeat, when you are reading the Paris Agreement, colleagues, don't read the Paris Agreement starting from the articles only. Read the Paris Agreement from decision of adoption of the Paris Agreement, those preamble paragraphs, before you go to Article 2, which talks of the temperature goal. First read those 13 pages, which were the decision giving effect to those articles. Now, one of the orphan we had was the NCQG, apart from also the adaptation goal, the global goal and adaptation was an orphan. Prof will discuss. But the new corrective quantified goal was a preamble decision 54, which you call a preamble paragraph 54 in the adoption of the Paris Agreement. Now, all of us never wanted to talk about the new corrective quantified goal all the way through because we are hoodwinked. The hoodwink was, after we have assessed the progress of the 100 billion, we would know from there what is the next goal. Kumbe, our friends decided to keep that as the last killer. So they waited, we hammered the regulations, which we call the rules, the rule book for the Paris Agreement. And guess what? Where is the strongest rule book? Or where is the strongest regulation? On enhanced transparency. Enhanced transparency has almost 80 pages with so many annexes, templates, and tools, meaning it is the strongest rule book of the Paris Agreement. But why is it the strongest rule book? It is reporting. My presentation is issues. I'm not presenting to you what negotiations are about. I'm presenting issues. So, what has happened? We finished all what is required to put the Paris Agreement into action. Now, the enabler came last, the NCQG. Why am I saying it came last? All of you know we have had a death of the long-term finance discussions. Edith is not in the room, sorry. Long-term finance was the only agenda item where you would discuss finance in its entirety. It was a COP agenda item. Over the years, these agenda items, you know, even are missing on the COP, just like how you miss on the order paper of Parliament. So there is a lot of disagreement on what the target would be, where the money should be provided, who should provide it, who should receive it, what kind of money. Can you imagine? Initially, for us, we are happy saying, okay, once we know that we have mobilized 100 billion, even if we haven't, the next thing is we have a new goal. Simple. We did not know these would be the questions. The way nowadays, how we have improved when you are coming for introductions, we no longer say, do you have money? No. You must bring a sickle cell test, isn't it? No one wants to associate with sickle cell, isn't it? Knowing it. So that's what the donors are telling us. Guys, wait. For the last so many years, the Kazito has been on the rich countries, but some countries have grown richer. Can we also expand the contributor base? And also these new rich kids on the block are saying, hey, wait a moment. I'm a developing country. I'm not a developed country. Developing countries, sorry, I meant developed countries are running away from their obligations under the convention and the Paris Agreement. Co-chairs have prepared a substantive framework. This framework came as early as yesterday. Can you imagine? The draft negotiating text for NCQG came out yesterday. And what for me I've done, I've just picked for you a snapshot of a negotiating paragraph. If we subject this paragraph to negotiation in this room, and we have EU and US, you will spend 2 weeks in this room. Simple. Decides to set a new collective quantified goal of USAID of United States dollar X from the flow of USD 100 billion of at least 1 trillion, that's the first bracket. The second bracket of at least 1.1, that's the second bracket. The third bracket, 1.3, and the fourth bracket is 2 trillion. Now, in this room, all of you will have your ego. My brother Robert would have made his calculation, he has assessed and he has confirmed that the finance we need is 1 trillion. Then Gusta would have moved around all NDCs, and for him he said it is 1.3 trillion. But by the time Robert and Gusta agree that, okay, let's take your 1.3 trillion, you have spent 1 week. So that's what negotiations are about. That's just the first component. Now we are going, someone talked of the word grant equivalent. I think that was the Oxfam. My brother, Jackson. When we tried to measure grant equivalent of loans, do you know what is the lowest denominator of a grant equivalent of a loan? By show of hand? You see, that is the complex world of climate finance. Climate finance is not about digits. Now, whenever you get a concessional loan, that concessional loan cannot be cannot be equated all into grant. So what we do, there are methodologies which are used to assess grant equivalence of concessional and non-concessional financing. So the least denominator of a grant equivalent portion is 0.4 of a dollar. So let me put this in context. If the World Bank gave us 100 million for irrigation as a line of credit, the only component which we can comfortably call a grant equivalent of that support would be 0.4 of 100 million. Now tell me, do you wish the World Bank and its investors, Germany, US, would want you to play around with changing their money? That I'm giving you $1 million and you are only able to recognize 400,000? That's a joke. But if you break down that money, what goes into actual adaptation mitigation work, that's how you come to terms with what we call grant equivalents. Then they have introduced time frames. 25, 29, 25, 30, 25, 35, 26, 35. Now you can see that para alone. By the time you consult G77 and China, African group, we the least developed countries, you have spent 2 nights not agreeing. But that's just one what? One paragraph out of so many. And remember, Uganda is the chair of the G77 and what? Now, as Uganda, you have to be careful in this scope, how you are sponsoring draft recommendations. Because you might sponsor draft recommendation against the biggest group. So, next. As I've talked through all of these, what are the issues? The most painful issue, which also civil society, you are also doing, we are watering down the UNFCCC. There is a strong agenda by our brothers in the north to lecture us on negotiations. And if you have seen most of the literature, most of the trainings people are doing in negotiations, they are so biased to Paris Agreement. Most of them no longer want to teach you about the convention. Anyone who has participated in one of the recent negotiators training internationally and has not been introduced to the Paris Agreement by a show of hands? Second, there is a growing syndrome that people we select informally, whom we call co-chairs, are now taking a mantle beyond their mandate, that they are assuming roles of party-led negotiations. And it has been growing ever since Copenhagen. In Copenhagen, I remember I was always someone moving around Ambassador Deeping. That was the lead negotiator for, I think it was the group of 77. It was from Sudan by then. Those are the people who led the walkout of the famous Copenhagen. But we miss such spirit. The new spirit of WhatsApp has killed the negotiations, if I may to say. 3, reporting burden. In the past, and in the Paris Agreement and in the convention, we have lamented and continue to lament, please not additional reporting burden, do not overburden developing countries, especially LDCs and seeds. What has turned out, LDCs and seeds, we are in the same basket as the rich. But remember, for us, reporting is the subject to availability of what? Of funds. Now, let me take you a snapshot of reports governments must prepare in addition to their national reports. BTR, Biannual Transparency Report. This time around, there is no differentiation. A BTR, you are following the same procedure as the US, the same procedure as Uganda has to follow. And the same BTRs are going to be subject to technical expert reviews. In the past, LDCs and seeds have been exempted under the convention. Now, we are in this thing together. We're on the same level ground. National inventory reports must be either part of the BTR or standalone. All that is time and money. Remember, for you to collect data, activity data, come up with national emission factors, you need a lot of time to come up with a standalone updated inventory report. Technical annex on result-based payments. Uganda, we submitted a technical annex. How many of you have read the conclusion from the technical expert review of Uganda's technical annex on Red Plus? Read it. What the experts concluded was some of our assumptions were not within the realms of IPCC guidelines. So you can see annual reports under Article 6. Now, under Article 6, as you know, if you are participating in Article 6.2, that's the cooperation between different governments, you can be Uganda and Kenya, you have to submit an annual report. If you are cooperating under Article 6.4, that's the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, and you happen to provide what we call a transfer, whether for other international mitigation purposes or you are using it against your NDC, they need to see an annual report. NatComs, national communication, every 4 years. ADCOMS, adaptation communication, which is now under the Paris Agreement. We also now asked to communicate adaptation efforts. Forget about NAPs. NAPs are plans, those are planning documents. Here you are communicating adaptation what? Efforts. Now, colleagues, when we tell you that the Paris Agreement has created additional burden, and this burden, you require funds to prepare these reports. Now, if you put it on a landscape, a country like Uganda will have like 13 reports in 4 years on climate change. Do you not have time to report about climate change responses? No, we have other things to do. Widening differentiation among even developing countries. There is a growing fight among now developing countries. Africa Group has continued to demand special circumstances for Africa. You get me? The only differentiation which was provided for under the Paris Agreement and the Convention is for seeds and what? And LDCs. But remember, we have countries which are seeds. Seeds are small island developing states. So it is a seed, it's an LDC, and it is in Africa. Who gave me an example of such a country? It's a seed, it's an LDC, and it is in Africa. Who can give me a quick example of such a country? Who told you Cape Verde is an LDC? Cape Verde is a rich country. Madagascar, yes, it's a seed, it's an LDC, and it's in Africa. You get me? Now, those ones also are fighting their war. They have a leg in seeds, they have a leg in LDC, they have a leg in what? Narrowing non-party presence in negotiation room. This comes to the people in this room, civil society. I've always, and I will continue to repeat, civil society, no one blocks you in contact groups. And please quote, contact what? I know you go to rooms which are called closed meetings. You get me? Closed meetings are announced earlier or during. But contact groups, if you look at the rules of procedure of the UNFCCC, they are open to non-party stakeholders. We did this in Red Plus negotiations. But what do you have to do as civil society? Don't wait when negotiators, when countries have put placards and taking seats. Why those rooms are blocked? I'm talking of contact groups, not plenary. Plenary, you don't negotiate in a plenary. Okay? Negotiations are in contact groups, spin-off groups, and informals. Now, in contact groups, civil society, my colleagues who are negotiating, whether gender, whether agriculture, do not behave like a party. You are a non-party stakeholder in a party-led process. Even if you have a party badge, which calls you party overflow, the security will block you. You are a party overflow. Mujuzo. You get me? So what do you have to do? Be in a contact group. If the contact group is at 11, be there at 10. And don't take a seat when the UN security group is moving around to ensure that all seats are cleaned up. But the problem we have had over years, civil society, you are more than government, that one you know. Now you end up entering a contact group and occupy all the seats. And the negotiators come and stand behind you. What happens? They call security. Security will start coming, scanning your party card. They see overflow. Now you start to be humiliated. Excuse me, madam, can you step up? What have I done? Now you know Africans, I had a Nigerian friend. They will start, but yes, they are going to evict you and they'll chase you out. So what should you do? When non-state actors are in the room, you are passing your message. You can approach the lead negotiator of G77 because sometimes things, run out of your head. You have talked from morning, nothing new. But civil society will bring you this interesting preposition and you table it on the floor. But it does no harm to sit on the floor. And that's what we have been doing for the last 10 years. We sit on the floor, we wait until the meetings have started, negotiators have reached when they are so exhausted, then pass messages. Do not bring messages when people are still fresh. You'll get someone a position paper and you just put it on the table. You'll feel offended. And you say, I gave Professor Kadu my position paper, he just put it on his laptop. Yes, he has a weight of G77 behind him, RODC is behind him now. How can you give you precedence? So these are some of the things we think we'll continue to inform ourselves. Lastly, next. So what are the implications when we decided not to continue negotiating? Our colleagues have noticed that there has been a lot of flexibilities for poor countries. And in those flexibilities, they are free riders. I don't know if I've come across. We did a paper towards Paris Agreement. It was called Pioneer Alliance. This paper was sponsored by, I think, one of the rich negotiating group. It wanted we map out who are the free riders in negotiations. Which group of countries benefit in hanging fruits? And then how do we counteract free riding syndrome? For example, when we say there is national immunization, who are those people who always go for national immunization? And they fail to take children for immunization when we don't have those national days. Okay? So we did that paper. I didn't know the implication of such papers. This is why I tell also colleagues in civil society, don't over-authorize any piece of paper because you don't know its implication in the future. So one of the free riders was the convention provided a lot of leeway, and many developing countries that had changed economic status were enjoying the benefits of developing countries. Now, you cannot renegotiate the convention. What do? Work outside the convention. Bring unilateral coercive measures. WTO has a good settlement dispute for unilateral measures outside WTO negotiations. But here, the Paris Agreement only put a compliance mechanism, which is interesting. It is just to go recommend to you. So they notice that also that is not strong enough. Countries are now using unilateral measures. UK came up with a carbon border adjustment. Yes, I'm winding up. Because these are negotiations. They are cutting across. Everyone is running behind the EU deforestation regulation. Sometimes I laugh at Ugandans. And I say, but what is interesting? When Uganda Coffee Development Authority stood and refused to ratify one of, I think it was a regional or a global coffee-related agreement, everyone rushed to Uganda. Why it hadn't? Until I think the ED of USCD had to come and clarify. US has imposed some bans on electric cars from China. Onesimus told you the war on specific minerals, copper, cobalt. The surge for such of these minerals is back because simple chemistry and physics tells you copper is one of the good conductors of what? Of electricity, isn't it? But where are the largest copper deposits? Developing countries, including Africa. Carbon markets. Until when I was in the G77 and China, that's when I had. The Paris Agreement crediting mechanism is entertaining voluntary and compliance. So they will be issuing them Article 6 for emission reduction. That means that even voluntary compliance now is stronger. Failure to reach a decision in Baku, you are killing those markets. That even those who would have adaptation benefits will now still suffer because prices will still remain low. And lastly, reporting. Civil society, you are supposed also to report in the non-party stakeholders portal. But including Emily, which is an observer, we have never reported. But for us, we put a rejoinder. We asked the Secretariat if it has ever extended us any support to prepare our report to the non-party stakeholders portal. But the thing I'm trying to portray here is there is a new reporting and mandatory reporting burden. And once we agree on these reports, we can't run away. Anyone who has looked at the outline of a BTR, please check these things. They are online. The outline of BTR has almost 13 annexes. There is an annex on how you are tracking NDC implementation. There is an annex on financial support you have received, that you are breaking it up to the granular level of a subsector. So with that, Chair, as I wind up, can we go back to our questionnaire? To the answers, can you go back to the first slides as I wind up? Can we start from number 5 as you are marking? Please, we are marking. Number 5, whoever answered the B, clap for him. The financial mechanism of the convention is having the financial mechanism of the Paris Agreement, and the financial entities which have been entrusted to serve the financial mechanism are now 4. Adaptation Fund, Global Environment Facility, Green Climate Fund, and the new fund. The fund for addressing or responding to loss and damage. So whoever answered B, you got it right. Number 4, which of the following is a policy response to climate change? D. Loss and damage is when you have gone beyond mitigation and adaptation. If you can't adapt, if you can't mitigate, you suffer losses and damages. That's the simple logic around that. 3, which of the following are greenhouse gas emissions or greenhouse gases? This question, I was impressed in the group of Robert Trachila. He has around 800 people now. You are doing great work. There was an argument, is water vapor a greenhouse gas emission? I was impressed with that candid question. So I took time to respond to the group. And now, when we talk of greenhouse gases, we have synthetic gases and naturally occurring gases. A, all those are synthetic greenhouse gas emissions. And those are greenhouse gas emissions controlled under the Montreal Protocol, not under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. Remember, we have the Montreal Protocol under the Vienna Convention for ozone depleting substances. But there are gases under the Montreal Protocol, which are also greenhouse gas emissions. B, all those are the gases which now follow under the what? The naturally occurring. And some of them are controlled under the UNFCCC, Kyoto, and the Paris. Carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, ozone, and water vapor. Water vapor is not as such a threat, a greenhouse gas emission, because of its condensation and what? Evaporation. You get me? So that's why we don't focus so much on it. And its concentration is not long lasting. You get me? As opposed to the three, carbon, methane, and nitrous. C, hydrofluorocarbons, perfluorocarbons, sulfur, hyphosphorus, nitrogen trifluoride. Those are the additional synthetic greenhouse gases controlled under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. So whoever answered D, excellent. Go to question 2. Which of the following is legally binding? The only legally binding treaty we have ever had in the climate world is Kyoto. Anyone who can tell me why it is B? Why was the Kyoto Protocol not the legally binding agreement? You people, what have you been negotiating in the Kyoto? The Kyoto Protocol is the only agreement which set a mandatory 5% reduction below 1990 levels for all Annex B countries. It's the only agreement which had an annex. Now, that annex meant whoever was in that Annex B had a commitment, a legally binding commitment to reduce the specific emissions. And they agreed that let's start from a flow of at least 5% reduction over 1990 what? Levels. And as such, you killed the only legally binding agreement and established a non-legally Paris Agreement. Okay? Which now is being enforced into NDC commitments every 5 years. 1. What best describes the Climate Change Convention? Who attempted to answer that? How many said A, if you have checked? The people you have marked, who said A? Please put up your hands properly. I'm seeing those hands, yes? Who said B? Feel free. We are in class setting. We are in civil society meeting. No one is wrong or correct. Whoever said B, the UNFCCC Convention is not a treaty of the Vienna Convention. These are two different conventions. Vienna Convention has a treaty called the Montreal Protocol, and the UNFCCC is a standalone treaty, okay? C, Policy Board of IPCC. Who said that? Feel free. Still, the IPCC is under the World Meteorological Organization, so they do their things under WMO. They only have a linkage with the UNFCCC that they only provide independent scientific information for policy making under the UNFCCC. They have no relation, okay? D, who answered D? So the only person who answered D is the only one who got it right. The UNFCCC is one of the type 3 multilateral environmental agreements under the UN system. Why is it a type 3? Most of the multilateral environmental agreements are under the administration of UNEP. We are talking of the Stockholm Convention. We are talking of the Rotterdam Convention. We are talking of the POPs Convention. Now, other related MEAs are also housed under UN bodies. For example, the International Plant and Generic Agreement, the IGPPR, it's under FAO. Now, that's why it's type 3. It has its own convening body, which is the COP. Okay? It has its self-accounting and self-reporting mechanism, which is through the attendant treaties. That's the Paris Agreement. And lastly, it has a standalone defined financial mechanism. So it does not beg everywhere. It has its what? Financial mechanism, which was entrusted by the financial entities we started. We said the GEF was the first entity. The Green Climate Fund was the second entity. We accepted that the adaptation fund also becomes a financial entity, and the new kid on the block which you gave birth to in what? In Egypt, they what? The fund for addressing loss and damage. So who got the 5? Who passed and gets the 50,000 before Anthony chases me? UNFCCC is not only the Rio Convention we had. There were 3. We had the CBD, the UNCCD, and the UNFCCC. So no one has taken my 50,000 chair. I want to hand over back to you.
Thanks so much, Robert. That was a brainy teaser. Mr. Bakari Kwira, while you're out, the department called for a lot of support towards you. They congratulated you on this milestone. I'm just reporting back. The commissioner is in the house. So there was a commitment that you will get a lot of support in achieving the mandate that you are given. Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Bachika, for very, very elaborate. I think if you were in a master's class or PhD class, this would be very good content, isn't it? Yeah, because understanding the convention, the Paris Agreement, taking stock of the whole of these processes is not a joke, because there are so many things that have happened along the way. And to get that and compress in just around 30 minutes, that's not a joke. We hardly get this kind of analysis. So I am going to open it up briefly for a plenary. We lost an hour in the morning. So to manage time, we shall have a short lunch break. We come back, we do the panel presentation, because the negotiators, I think, have a lot of commitment outside this place. So I'm going to suggest we do a very, very short plenary. There are a lot of questions, a lot of, things that you need to understand, to know. If you have a question, an issue for clarification, this is the time. In about 5 minutes, Robert is here. He can respond to you effectively. Who has the other mic? It is here. Yes, Adrian, just keep it very short. Just go straight to the question. Yeah, don't put a narration.
Yeah, thank you. Mine goes to Robert. A quick one. One of the issues that you mentioned was increasing burden of reporting. So as an expert in this area, what can be done around this? Thank you.
Thanks so much. That was, I wish everybody could do like Adrian. Chairman. Welcome. Yes, Penina. Just like Adrian did.
Of course, like Adrian. Yeah, I also not differ from Adrian. I also wanted clarity on reporting, where Robert said civil society organization also meant to report. So in this case, how do we report? Because I know we cannot report directly to UNFCCC. And how does it differ from the reports we normally do under NDC's implementation? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Penina. Yeah. Kanemu. Edwin, I'd forgotten my friend. Dennis? Dennis? Dickens, you're most welcome. Yes. Please, can you ask the question?
Thank you so much, moderator. Of course, my name is Edwin. I work with Youth Go Green. Before the second presenter, I think I had just a brief question around the carbon markets. And I wanted to ask, of course, our commissioner and our teacher in climate change science. We appreciate you, by the way, Mr. Semamba, for that. My question is,
as we get into understanding the carbon market, carbon trade, and we know what the Paris Agreement says, especially around Article 6, my question would be, how possible is it for government to build capacity of its citizens to ensure that the citizens take carbon trade? Actually, this also goes to Mr. Robert, because he's more into climate financing, and we are looking at revenue that would generate from carbon trade. I'm sure URA would be happy to pick interest in this kind of engagement, in this discussion. So my question would be to you, that how is it possible for government to build the capacity of citizens, especially those who are interested in forestry, in commercial forestry engagements, but also in projects that generate carbon stocks, in the capacity building in terms of training, in terms of mentorship, in terms of sharing information, in terms of all that? How is it possible that you have a deliberate action on the side of government to build capacity about the carbon trading?
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Edwin. The youth have been represented. Pasco, please be as brief as you can. It's lunchtime. Straight to the question.
Thank you. My inquiry is, or is a recommendation, during the carbon credit policy development, how effective are the partners or civil society organization project owners have been reached out through consultation to ensure that the policies that are being developed do favor them? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bachika, I think the mic works either way.
Mine are two, the other are for Commissioner. Adrian, what can be done on reporting? We haven't lost it all. Oh, these are negotiations. And the beauty is, oh, these are consequent COP decisions. For now, I would suggest that it has already happened, so we first need to go into the reporting, and then once the synthesis of BTRs, because there's supposed to be a synthesis of the reports that are prepared by all governments. The way you saw there was an NDC synthesis. So in the synthesis, we pray after 4 years or 3 years through the BTR process, governments will be able, among the key messages they are making, we are dying. We are reporting too much and doing little to report. So for me, that's what I can say, that for now, you can't backslide. You see, that is the spirit of the Paris Agreement. Go into what the Paris Agreement is saying, do it, present your lessons. Penina, yes, how do we report? We didn't know we are reporting to UNFCCC. How is it different from NDCs? Actually, NDCs, the reporting for NDCs we are doing is at country level. We are reporting what you are doing as far as implementing Uganda's NDC. But under the Paris Agreement, and that's why I still remind all of you, please, when you're reading the Paris Agreement, read the decision giving effect or adoption of the Paris Agreement before you read the articles of the Paris Agreement. So one of the last decisions, one of the preamble decisions, I think it was around 58, it was on non-party stakeholders. And non-party stakeholders, there was an accompanying decision under the COP, which introduced the NAZAC portal. Anyone who has ever come across a word called NAZAC, N-A-Z-C-A, Anthony knew the NAZAC because he has been in these things. So under the non-state actors zone, NAZAC is non-state actors zone for climate action. We have a portal. Whatever climate action you are doing, whether in Kaperabyong, whether in Nabiratuk, and you want the world to know about it, you go to now the NASAC portal, which has now been updated into a global climate action portal. And you post, you request for a user account, and then you post your climate action. So that provision is there, and it has been there as early as 2014, 2015. Okay? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much. The questions are done. Pardon? You are standing in between our lunch.
Thank you so much, Mr. Biachika. I wanted to ask, you mentioned that journalists have an issue of not understanding climate change and environment. And I, for one, lead an organization that trains female journalists to report on climate change. I would like to know from you, how better can we do as journalists?
Thank you. How best can you improve your skills? Mr. Wachika?
Because it's a very complex one, how best? What I can say is that we are going to look at the various options. I'm not in the journalist world, so I don't know the exact, but from the experience, for the last 10 years plus, CANU, Oxfam, much of the
And
budget,
Action Aid.
And Action Aid, thank you. Much of the budget has been training reporters. We started with reporters understanding climate change. The cohort we trained migrated, and the only stories we got was landslides in Bududa and the Mataba in Kasese. Over time, what improved, there was attribution and causation of landslides and Mataba. I think it was New Vision and Daily Monitor, which would say, because of the melting glaciers of Renzori, River Mwanyani continued to burst its blah, blah, blah. There we clapped hands. And now the stories used to happen in the middle pages of your press, of New Vision and Monitor. With too much power towards the COP, stories now started occupying the third page, but a quarter. They told us, you people, we don't say a lot in boardrooms. You need to invite, they said, who, Anton? Editors. Who invited editors. We spent so many millions of dollars training editors. What editors told us, your stories are not marketable. They are always problematic, reporting sudden issues, death, losses. So we can't give you headline. What we did, we decided to ferry editors from boardrooms of New Vision, Monitor, Observer, to start going to COPs. When they reached there, they started now to capture, reporting how COPs are differentiating. I want to give an example of one who did some good work on reporting how the COP process met impact back home. But one of the terrible things now came was how the COP outcomes were benefiting Ugandans. Now the journalists punished that flat. So with those experiences, my good sister, I don't know the perfect solution. Maybe as we discuss over lunch, you can tell us how you are making it better, and we find who to train in the media house. The directors, the editors, the reporters, or the one who take pictures. I think you better tell us who. Over to you.
Thanks so much. I think we will take a political economy approach because there's a lot of economics. Myself, I used to be in the media, but I left. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 minutes to 2 o'clock. So I'm suggesting we do a quick lunch. We come back, do the panel session. It will not be so long. By 2:40, we should be back here. We come and do our panel session. and then the other two presentations. So we have 3 items in the afternoon. So Susan and the team, where is the lunch? Where is the lunch? Kindly direct the team. Is it downstairs? Because there's a big restaurant down. It's downstairs. So you have a coupon, all of you have a coupon? Yes, if you have a coupon, I want to wish you a very yummy lunch. I wish you very good appetite. Please eat as much as you can. Don't waste the food. Yeah, it's a crime to waste food. Security. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, security. Are we gonna stay here? Is somebody gonna stay here? Who? Hotel. You are here. Okay. Jari is here. So you can leave your laptops behind. If you are not comfortable, you go with it. So you are welcome for lunch, a sumptuous lunch. Hello. Mr. Hamba, are you ready to start? Raise your hand. Confirm. Okay, yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. We need to get back to our seats and move to a very, very important session of the workshop. But I will not be the one moderating it. I would like to call upon Council Robert Turiachira to take us through the afternoon session. So, Robert, please, I don't know whether you take here, you take there, I'm not sure. It's up to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Anthony, Mr. Anthony Warimbwa. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, and others in the room. Yes, every time is the morning. Yes, so good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch. As Anthony has said, we are going to have a very, very, very powerful session this afternoon. My name is Robert Turiachira. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Environment Shield. Those who have been following what we are doing, I am the former Speaker of the Environment Parliament. I remember a day like this last year, Professor Kadu was one of our consultants in the Parliament of Uganda when we were brainstorming about some of these issues. So I will not lead this as a parliamentary session, but to keep civil society. My chairperson, Ndugu Philip Bakari Kwira, I salute you, sir. So we are going to have a plenary, a panel discussion, then we shall have plenary, and then I would invite my good friend, Mr. Kabiswa, who will actually take us through the CSO presentation on climate change. But once again, welcome back from lunch. How was the lunch? That's good. That's good. So I'll request the technical team to help us ensure that these presentations are loaded. And I'll start with our presentation from the COP29 thematic issues. And this will be led by somebody who is the lead negotiator on capacity building. And I think that that has already been loaded. Mr. Ndugu is already here. In the interest of time, we shall try to minimize time because we have to catch up with the rest of the presentations. And agree with me that we shall have to limit it. Every presentation, we shall limit it strictly to 10 minutes, 5 minutes for key issues, and then 5 minutes for engaging in some of the recommendations to CSOs. Because as you're aware, this is a PRECOP, which is going to inform our position paper as civil society organizations. And as Mr. Robert Bachika guided us, we are key stakeholders in this engagement as non-party practitioners. So Mr. Commissioner from the Ministry of Water and Environment, they're trying to, okay, I've been advised that they're trying to wire the presentation. But meanwhile, allow me to welcome each one of us back to the room. Our lead negotiators, you are most welcome. This is very, very important because all of us are going to learn from you on some of the key issues that we need to focus on. Our lead negotiator for adaptation is Professor Kadu. He's already back. Lead negotiator for gender. I've seen Moses Rogers around from gender, Minister of Gender. Technology, my very good friend, Ndugu Onduri, one of our mentors. He's also here, will be coming in. So let's try to wait for the technical team to have this presentation loaded, and then we shall be able to have the presentation. I also request Viola, if you can, please also load Mr. Kabiswa's presentation, because after the negotiators, we shall have Mr. Kabiswa coming in, then we can have plenary at once. Over to you, please. I want to salute the social media team. I've been following online. You're doing an incredible job, especially keeping the conversation moving. I think also there was an online option. I remember there was some bit of recording in the morning session. We need to continue this conversation, especially bringing very many people outside this room, especially our young people. He was Mr. Bachika was talking about the platform that we have, the Green Foundation platform, which brings together voices for environment and climate change. Because sometimes some of these conversations, because climate change and environment issues are really very technical, we must continue engaging as many stakeholders as possible. But of course, while we can engage in our closed spaces, we also must continue to engage people out there, especially online and the mainstream media. Okay. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, our lead negotiator on capacity building, Mr. Opito. You must welcome, sir. Joseph Opito, please take over. I will sit there and then I'll be able to time you in case of alerting you. Please just keep it below 10 minutes so that you can be able to end.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. Once again, my name is Joseph Opito. Substantively Commissioner Water and Environment Sector Liaison in the Ministry of. But I'm also, I support Dr. Akankwasa, Edin Nema, as the Deputy Team Lead for the Capacity Building Negotiation Stream. So I will share with you briefly a brief introduction to capacity building in the context of the climate change negotiations as captured under UNFCCC. I will briefly share with you what came out of the SB6 preparatory meetings that took place in Bonn in June. Then I'll share with you also what we have put in place moving to COP29 in Baku, and also what we have captured as the country position, and then other emerging areas that are coming up in as far as the negotiations on capacity building are concerned, and the recommendations moving forward. Next slide, please. Yeah, in as far as UNFCCC is concerned, that is the definition that is guiding us in as far as capacity building is concerned. Where we, in as far as capacity building is concerned, capacity building is supposed to enhance the capacity and ability of developing country parties, and in particular countries with the least capacity, such as the LDCs, and those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, such as the seeds to take effective climate change action, including, among others, to implement adaptation and mitigation actions, and should facilitate technology transfer development, dissemination, deployment, access to climate finance, relevant aspects of education, training, and public awareness, and a transparent, timely, and accurate communication of information. So this is the definition that guides us in as far as capacity building under the UNFCCC umbrella is concerned. Next slide. Now, capacity building is considered one of the means of implementation of climate change responses. In the morning, you did get to know that when we're talking of climate change responses, we are focusing on two main areas, that's adaptation and mitigation. But to operationalize these responses, we need other activities to be implemented. And this includes capacity building, this includes gender, this includes finance, this includes technology transfer, among others. So that's why they are called the means of implementation. And my colleague, Robert Bakika, did make reference to the Paris Agreement. In as far as capacity building is concerned, if you're looking for the chapter or the article where capacity building is captured in the Paris Agreement, it's captured under Article 11. And having said that, I also want to make reference to what Robert said in the morning. I've always urged our colleagues in climate change department to make copies of the Paris Agreement. so that we move with it as our Bible for negotiations. It's very embarrassing when we go for negotiations and all the other parties are having their copies, and for us, we have none. Of course, we can say you can pick it from the internet, but it would always be good to have copies of the Paris Agreement close to us. So once again, I want to request our secretariat to look into that critically. So as far as capacity building is concerned, going to Article 11. Maybe as you enter, I just communicated to the members that just like Robert said in his presentation, it's always important for us to have hard copies of the Paris Agreement. So where possible, and maybe that's where also we could request the CSO to support us in that. Can we print hard copies of the Paris Agreement so that we move with it as our Bible? And also it makes it very easy for us to talk to what goes on in the UNFCCC negotiations. Next. I've already talked about this. Next. Next slide.
Technical team, please kindly move the slides.
Now, as they move into the next slide, when we are talking about capacity building negotiations, we normally focus on two main areas. One is capacity building under the Durban Forum, and then the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. Now, Robert mentioned something which is which actually tickled me. And he did say that normally in the negotiations, when the developed countries don't want to, to participate in something, they drive it to a portal. And that is what they normally do with capacity building. Because nobody wants to put money in capacity building, they always tell us that you go to the Durban Forum. And when you go to the Durban Forum, go to the Durban portal. And this portal is where parties, member countries, when you conduct your capacity building interventions and your best practices, you put it on that portal. So even up to now, they have deliberately decided not to fund capacity building negotiations or even capacity building. So those of us who go for capacity building, you have to look for your own resources. And that becomes another challenge. And then the other key parameter where we normally report progress on in the SBs and also the COP is the Paris Committee on Capacity Building. Again, the PCCB is an outcome of the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement recommended that a committee be constituted globally to coordinate and oversee capacity building implementation across the parties, meaning they set standards for both how to conduct capacity building, how to carry out capacity assessment, how to monitor capacity building. So those are the two main areas where we focus our negotiations on in as far as capacity building is concerned. And like I said, being a cross-cutting issue, capacity building cuts across all thematic areas. If you are talking about finance, you need capacity building for resource mobilization. If you are talking of gender, you need capacity building. If you are talking of technology transfer, you need capacity building. If you are talking about adaptation and mitigation, you need capacity building. So capacity building cuts across all thematic areas. And unfortunately, it's not given the attention it deserves in terms of resources, like I've already mentioned. Because there is also not much money, these days, increasingly, negotiations on capacity building have become less controversial. So we normally go, and we are normally the first people to agree on our text. And because the pulling of strings is not that much. Next. Next slide, please. So during the SB 60 that took place in Bonn in June, those were the main areas that we discussed in as far as the agenda item number 15, where capacity building was discussed. One was the development of the terms of reference for the 5th review of implementation of capacity building in countries under the convention. 2 was the 2nd review of the PCB. And the 3rd item was annual monitoring of the implementation of capacity building framework. And these discussions were informed by the synthetic reports earlier prepared by the Secretariat on the specific items under discussion. So normally, by the time we go for the discussions, our discussions are based on reports that are already prepared by the Secretariat. Next. So these were the summary outcomes of those areas that we discussed. In as far as the terms of reference for the 5th comprehensive review is concerned, it was suggested that that particular agenda item currently under the COP should also be added to the CMA, which is the COP 29. And then as far as the 2nd review of the PCCB was concerned, we had draft conclusions that had been proposed by the chair. And by the chair here, I mean the chair of that particular negotiation stream. And that was adopted. And then in as far as annual monitoring was concerned, we had the proposed text, which did not attract much major discussions. So again, it was adopted. And all these documents, you can find them in the UNFCCC portal. And I would encourage all of us, when you have time, always go to the UNFCCC portal website. You will access all the information you want on all the thematic areas that are being discussed in the meeting today. Next. Yeah, now moving on to COP29. We agreed that in preparation for COP29, we were all, as parties, urged one, to take into consideration key actions that include, amongst others, awareness of the synthesis report by the Secretariat for the 2nd review. We also urged to look at the capacity building portal, which is available in all languages, and that's what I also would encourage you to do. Go and look at the capacity building portal. You'll get all the recent documents and information related to capacity building. And then we are also urged to provide input on capacity building activities to support the preparation and implementation of NDCs. So if there are any capacity building interventions we are conducting as CSOs, it's always important that you update our Secretariat, which is CCD, so that we capture those best practices and report on them as activities that the country is doing. And then the annual technical progress report of the Paris Committee, the PCCB for 2024, I think by now has already been published, so you can also access it and then get the latest information from that report. Next. Now, in as far as the country is concerned, moving on to COP29, we have carried forward most of the priority areas that we captured in the previous country position papers. And that includes, amongst others, capacity building for implementation of NDCs, capacity building for preparation of bankable project proposals, capacity building for reporting to UNFCCC. Robert talked about the various reporting mechanisms that are now being put in place. But do we know how to populate those reporting formats? And then strengthen the capacity of the local governments, because the local governments are the front line of the impacts of climate change. So we need their capacity strengthened because they are the ones who interface with the communities. Then also the role of the universities in as far as capacity building on climate change is concerned. And then capacity for vertical integration of adaptation, knowledge action, and then also empowering vulnerable youth through green jobs. These are all capacity priorities that we have captured in previous position papers that we have not had the opportunity to exhaustively implement, but we are taking them, we are carrying them forward to our country position on capacity building as far as COP29 is concerned. Next. Now, there are other emerging areas that also was discussed here. Carbon trade is becoming a very, very hot potato, but do we have the capacity, for instance, to operationalize the regulations that we are working on? There are issues to do with the taxes coming from carbon trade. Do we have that knowledge? So those are new areas. Then in this week's CSO engagement, other areas also were proposed, and this include, amongst others, capacity building for the CSOs. It was recognized that CSOs should be considered as a special group, given your responsibility. So there should be focus on strengthening the CSOs to be able to take forward the climate change agenda. And then also capacity building for some specialized groups like cultural leaders, traditional leaders, religious leaders, to mention but a few. And finally, moderator, this is my last slide. And these are the recommendations we are putting forward to the stakeholders in as far as capacity building is concerned. As the thematic negotiation stream, we are very thin on the ground. In fact, as I speak now, I can only mention Dr. Kankwasa, myself, and the team from the CCD Secretariat. So I would like to recruit as many people as possible to join the capacity building negotiation stream. A number of us are getting ourselves out of public service, and we would like young people to take over these responsibilities. So please, we are in the recruitment process. Then we are also recommending that a specific program for local government should be set up so that the local governments are strengthened to be able to educate the communities, since they are much more closer to the communities in as far as climate change is concerned. And then we are also recommending that when we come up with the projects, because we don't have standalone resources for capacity building, mainstream capacity building in the projects so that you can mainstream it in hardware. Those of us who have projects related to adaptation, like construction of valley dams, valley tanks, irrigation systems, please, we are encouraging all of us to hide some money in the bigger infrastructure. Because if you put it direct, if you write a project proposal on capacity building, it will not go through. So let's hide it around some of the hardware investments that we are planning for either mitigation or adaptation. And then finally, of course, this is a tall order. CCD, if you can use your cloud to mobilize some resources for capacity building so that our stakeholders across the country benefit from it. Next, I think that should be. Now, conclusions and the way forward, like I mentioned, capacity building remains very central in the implementation of climate change responses and cuts across all the thematic negotiation areas. But like I said, unfortunately, it is normally not well funded. And then we should rethink as stakeholders the way we look at capacity building, the way we are treating it, and yet we consider it very central to our interventions. And then, like I did say, we are still recruiting. So after this presentation, I'll be happy to get people who are interested in joining the thematic negotiation stream. Chair, I would like to end my presentation given the short time frame that we have. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Joseph Epitu. Mr. Joseph Epitu is the Commissioner, Water and Environment Sector Liaison. And as he said, is also the Deputy Capacity Building Lead Negotiator, deputizing our very good friend, Dr. Kankwasa, the ED of NEMA. Thank you so much for the very good presentation, and thank you for observing the time, because we are really constrained by time. But to the benefit of us who have been following, he has emphasized the role of Article 11 of the Paris Agreement, and of course also underscoring the need for us to get the physical and hard copies of the Paris Agreement. I personally have the soft copy, but I think I will also have to get the hard copy, as you have ably advised, because as Mr. Robert Bachika said, in case there's no power, you can't access. As a negotiator, you must always have it as your Bible. He has also talked about the issue of various reporting. Earlier on, we had been told by Mr. Bachika that as civil society, we have to report on our portals. And I think, Joseph, I think this is now an area civil society needs to be, capacitated, because you had someone was even asking that, how do we report? So we need to really be deliberate in seeing how we can capacitate civil society, in terms of reporting. And a good thing you have said that civil society has a special vote towards capacity building. The other bit is, for example, we talked about the emerging areas of carbon trade and carbon markets. Earlier on, CCD gave us an update. Mr. Semambo gave us an update that Ministry of Water and Environment, they are already expediting the process of having the regulations for carbon trade. But as you heard, I think it was Edwin asked that we need to do a robust capacity building, especially out there to people on these issues, because there are a number of contestations about whether carbon trade is actually a good thing or a bad thing. So we need to really see that we do capacity building in that area. But having talked about the issue of technology, which I think is the elephant in the room, if Ms. Onduri is already here, my very good friend, Commissioner, retired Commissioner, Ms. Onduri, lead negotiator on technology. I think technology remains a very big roadblock, especially you talked about the access to information. So I'd like to request, ladies and gentlemen, to request Mr. Onduri to take the floor and take us through areas of technology. How do we navigate? Because he has talked about the issue of technology transfer. How do we navigate that, especially going to COP29 and making sure that we leverage the opportunities that come with technology? Over to you, Mr. Onduri. Please kindly keep it below 10 minutes if you can, so that we can be able to have a lead negotiator on adaptation. Over to you, Mr. Onduri, sir.
Good after lunch, everybody. How are you? Yeah, I think moderator, you yourself said technology is very important. And the purpose of this meeting is to share with the CSOs to enable them prepare for COP29.
Yes, please.
I wonder whether the 10 minutes you're talking about is enough. Yeah, let's be serious.
I agree with you, sir.
Yeah, so I think we'd rather extend the day to 2 or 3 and let people just give the right information to prepare the team so that when you go there, you know what you're going for.
All right.
For example, in technology, I can spend maybe 10 to 15 minutes on the outcome of COP28, but I'm not going to do that. I'll just say, go through it, because I think most of you have listened to my presentation. Some of you may get bored because we are moving from one meeting to the other, talking about the same thing, but I'll gladly try to live within a short time and deliver appropriately. Otherwise, thank you very much for your flexibility and consideration.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, can we? Yeah, just take you through the outcome of COP28. That is the outline of the presentation. Can you go to the next, please? I think we all know the importance of technology. It has been said here. It's one of the 3 enablers and means of implementation under the climate change negotiation process. That includes finance, technology, and capacity building. And we all know, and I want to emphasize, that if you remove technology out of the equation for implementation of climate change interventions, I think there will be no result. So if you talk of NDCs, NAPs, you talk of mitigation, adaptation, you'll find that without technology, you will not be able to meet those. Even the global goal on adaptation, global goal on adaptation.
I am advised that you like moving, so we do not keep in one position.
Yeah.
Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, so technology, without it, you cannot realize those objectives, the NDCs, the NAPs, mitigation, adaptation, and these goals that we have established, the 1.5 degrees, if you don't have technology for transport, technology for agriculture, technology for all these activities that we intend to carry, I think we cannot really move if there's no technology. And no technology, I think there are limited chances of survival on this earth. And we should not look at the technology we are talking about from the developed countries, but even in your village, when you are walking, you are going down a slope on a slippery, you must find some technology of navigating through and you reach safely down. So technology starts not only with the Japanese, American technologies, but the simple technology, the way of doing things. So without it, I think we are redundant and useless on earth. So next. I think that one is readable. You can read it. I don't need to go through that one. It's only to tell you how technology relates to the UNFCCC process. That is the climate process at the global level. I think that one you can read next. Yeah, when we're in COP28, there were only 2 agenda items. The joint annual report of the TEC and the CTCN, which is a mandate. They have to report on what actions they have taken to provide the relevant technologies to the developing countries to support interventions in the various areas like adaptation, mitigation. So the CTCN, the Climate Technology Center, is the implementation wing, is assigned the duty of providing technologies to the developing countries for addressing the challenges. The TEC, Technology Executive Committee, is supposed to provide guidelines, studies, research that will inform the implementation of climate technology development and transfer. So in that joint annual report, the COP asked these 2 bodies, the TEC and the CTCN, to have one report that incorporates all their concerns. And then the other subject was linkage between technology mechanism and financial mechanism. This is a topic or agenda item which is detested by the developed countries. They don't want to hear about linkages between technology mechanism and financial mechanism. But in the context of the modern life, no one is going to give you technology unless you provide resources, funds, finance. And the climate process has established the financial mechanism which Mr. Semambo and Mr. Bakika told you about. There's the GCF, there's the JEV, there's Adaptation Fund, there's the LODC Fund, there's also Special Climate Fund. All those were supposed to support the implementation of the convention, the UNFCCC. Now, and they fall under financial mechanism. Now, the technology mechanism, which I told the TEC and the CTC, in order to deliver, they need the finances. So in order to raise adequate finances under the same process, they need to move together. They need to talk to each other. They need to understand each other, know the needs of each other. developed countries don't want this at all. They have tried to block. In Glasgow, they deferred it to Sharm el-Sheikh. When we reached Sharm el-Sheikh, they took us to a workshop. They said we should, first of all, try to get opinion of the stakeholders and find out what they say about the issue of the need for linkage between technology mechanism and financial mechanism, which is something so obvious. You don't need to go to a classroom to understand that in order to get technology, you need finance, there's need between these two mechanisms. But they said, yeah, we need to understand further. And that's the process, climate, the frustration we get in the negotiation. Some people want to take you back. And I think by taking us to that, they said these people should submit. Once they submit their position, the secretariat was supposed to compile that position, organize a workshop, which was organized during the SB. There was a workshop, and that workshop, now the outcome, the report of that workshop is the one that is going to form the basis for discussion on the linkages. And now they will say we come up with appropriate decision again on the linkages. And yet they already mandates asking these two mechanisms to strengthen their position and deliver technology through the finances. But it's a very big, it takes a long time to explain to you this, but that's the dilemma in this linkage here. So we are going to, when we are going to COP29, this is a very key subject. They want to remove it from the agenda item. And in my next presentation, I'll give you the way forward. Let's go to the next. Sorry, you go back. I think let me just take you that some of the key outcomes of that COP, we had the tech and the citizen and including parties. A decision that came up implied that they take the citizen, that is the technology mechanism, together with the parties, should provide funds to the national designated entities. Mr. Peter, you are here. This is a case. It's not only the citizen and the tech, but at our national level, if we really value the work of the NDEs, the National Designated Entities for Technology, which is the National Council of Science, but I think now it is the Ministry of Science and Technology. They are the designated entities. And the importance of that entity, my dear colleagues from the civil society, there's no way you can submit requests for support from the technology, for technology activities, unless you pass through the NDE. The NDEs were instituted by the UNFCCC climate change process at global level. And the countries were asked to nominate which institution would qualify to be an NDE. Uganda at that time nominated the National Council of Science. We had him, Dr. Maxwell Otim Onapa, but now it is Mr. Cody, also from the Ministry of Science and Technology. And if you want any assistance from the technology mechanism, he is the way, no other way. And once he generates the request from Uganda, he channels it to the CTCN, and then actions are taken. But you cannot come as a CSO without outside him, and you submit until be recognized. If it is from Uganda, he must endorse it. So that is one thing, that we have a structure for accessing support for technology. And that is through the NDE. But the NDE, before submitting, it has to be signed also by the national focal point. In our case, it is the PS and the Commissioner for Climate Change. Sorry to dwell much on that. And then there came an issue. This is an issue of concern, the civil society. We join our hands together. There are these emerging technologies. Some of them are very useful, are very valuable. They are good. But the way they come, countries were asked to undertake their technology needs assessment. We undertook, almost every country has undertaken technology needs assessment. And it is the basis where we identify our priorities. From those priorities, we make proposals for support and submit to the CTCN. Developed countries now ignore our priorities in the TNAs and come up with the sophisticated technologies that are not in our work plan. They are not in our TNAs. And they impose on us, they want us to adapt that technology. The AIA was not in the formula, is not in any country's priority. But this is not to say AIA is not good. AI is very good in some cases, and it is also very bad in some circumstances. If you know what is happening in the Gaza, in Ukraine, the work of AI is the one fighting. Human beings are somewhere. AI is the one killing people. If you look at information, security of information collected by AI, you cannot be sure that is not going to get into the hands of your enemies. The cost of AI procurement is very expensive. But when you use it for collecting information that you need, it's hands-on, it can move, even dangerous places can go, and it brings you the report that you want. You can see in weddings nowadays, people use AI, photograph, video coverage, what and so on. That's a part of the AI. But that's not in our priority. That will put food on the table. That will stop the landslide from Bududa. That will stop floods from Kampala. They are all embedded in our technology needs assessment, which we undertook. But people are ignoring, they're imposing, we want to create market for their technologies, and we are resisting that. Can you help us resist this? We only want to use AI when it is going to help us implement the outcomes of our technology needs assessment, and then also the work program of the technology mechanism. Short of that, I think we resist it. Next. The capacity building. We have here, this again to the Ministry of Water and the Environment. We have the NDAs, that is for finance. We have the JEF focal point. We have the NDE for technology. At a higher level, these institutions are collaborating. The JEF is talking to the NDE, to the technology mechanism, to the tech, to the CTCN. GCF is talking to us. But when it comes to in-country here, if you take any issue to the financial entities, that's the NDA, the JEF focal point, they look at you as a stranger. They are not working together. And yet they know the guidelines, how to access funds from the JEF, from the GCF, and even adaptation fund. But they are not really giving a lot of attention to the NDE to interact with them and develop the proposals and submit. So we should cultivate a good working relationship amongst these entities so that they are able to work together and deliver based on the national interests. There was also and technology mechanism on the COP agenda. And we are saying this is a red line for us. The link should continue to be there, and there's need to strengthen collaboration between financial mechanism and the technology mechanism. That is a take for the CSOs. If you can support us on that, we shall be very happy, so that we retain that linkage on the agenda, and then we maintain also and strengthen the collaboration between the two mechanisms. Then the next item on the agenda is going to be also the joint annual report. In the joint annual report, this is where the two institutions, the tech and the citizen, report on their progress, status of work, the challenges, the best practices, and so on. Here, we would like to see how these mechanisms implemented the recommendation of the last report. Because it's not a matter of presenting a report. We want to see how you have implemented the decision of the COP and also the recommendations which were in the previous report, which was submitted and discussed. So this is a very important agenda item, because this is where we assess whether the technology mechanism is effective and who are they working with, what are their challenges, and are they on course, are they helpful to us? So after that, one important thing with this topic, the agenda item, it is a darling for the developed countries. And here I'm teaching you negotiation. You once identify this is your darling, I must pollute the relationship so that you also come back to me and say, yes, let's go to the round table. So we want to make sure that this agenda item is discussed after we have finalized the linkages, because they don't want any progress on linkages. But we have also identified they want to move very fast on the joint annual report. So we are saying we are not going to accept to discuss the joint annual report until we have finalized the linkage and this other agenda item that I'm going to tell you about, the Poznan Strategic Program. The Poznan Strategic Program on Technology Development and Transfer, this is the one that brought back to technology needs assessment. And from the implementation or undertaking of the technology needs assessment, we identified priority technologies which are relevant to the various sectors in our country. Those technologies which were identified, they were piloted. And they established that technology needs assessment was very effective and was very helpful. So the information was shared among us, the developing country parties. When they discussed the outcome of the pilot technologies for adaptation and mitigation, they said, Jeff, you have done a good work. Can you give us a long-term program? And Jeff spelled its long-term program, which it has not fully implemented. Like the technology needs assessment, we have just undertaken. Some countries have submitted, like Uganda. This information, I think, which I should also give in addition to what was given by Mr. Semamo in the morning, is that Uganda has developed a concept. That concept, we are also in the process with the assistance from Professor Kadusi institution, and we are developing a full-scale project that will be implemented in Uganda here, looking at water, energy, agriculture, and related to food security nexus. So that is one of the benefits Uganda is going to get, and the estimated cost of the budget is about $25 million US. So we are working on that with the Professor Kadu and his team, and also we have a global consultant who has been assigned to us. So this is the outcome of the technology needs assessment, the Poznan strategic program, and now the developed countries want to eliminate totally this agenda item from the program. And we are saying no. Until we know where they are going to put the outstanding activities, the ongoing activities, we are not going to accept the killing of that agenda item on Poznan strategic program, because it brought back to the technology needs assessment, which serves as a basis for identifying our technology priorities, and we have to protect it. So we bank on you also. We are negotiators. You are the monitors, the supervisors, and of course the noisy makers. If it means making noise, the civil society, we need that Poznan strategic program to continue until we implement our technology needs assessment, until we know where the GF is going to provide funds for implementing technology development and transfer. Where is it putting the money that he had programmed for his long-term program? And we want to see the GF to implement its the long-term program in totality as it had lined down the activities. Now, the other new kid on the block is the TIP, Technology Implementation Program. This was produced, it was established during COP28. And this was thinking proactively, looking at the thinking of the developed countries, trying to kill the Poznan, trying to kill the linkages. We're saying this is an omnibus, whereby if we are not going to say if when we are negotiating, we are not even but I'm saying here, in case these people try to remove the linkage agenda, the Poznan strategic program, we should now load everything into the technology implementation plan. The main reason for technology implementation plan to be in place is that we were blind when we said the Climate Technology Center and its network is the implementing wing of the technology mechanism. We didn't consider the depth of the implementation to the extent that we gave the CTCN the mandate only to facilitate. Facilitation, if I say you are facilitating, it's very difficult for you to cause impacts on the ground, to cause transformation in the ground. So we want to see how the TIP, the Technology Implementation Program, can augment the work of the CTCN and the tech so that we cause transformational change through climate technologies on the ground. If you ask in your village, have you ever seen the CTCN? Has it brought anything in the village? No, it is the facilitative role which we gave it to the CTCN that has stopped it from reaching the ground. And now we say this TIP should strengthen that position and give mandate, a further mandate to the CTCN to do actual implementation of climate technology development and transfer. Now, these are positions and priorities for 2024. I think these are also readable. But I think what I can say that we bank on you. One, we don't allow the discussion on a joint annual report until we resolve the issue of linkage and Poznan strategic program. The TIP should come last to take care of the outstanding issues that we have failed to address under the Poznan and under the linkages, including under the joint annual report. And any emerging issues regarding technology development and transfer should now be taken into the TIP. So the TIP is the final home or vehicle for the remaining outstanding activities that may emerge or that will be outstanding. And I think with those, I wanted to minimize the time. I've given you a picture, so it is up to you. How do we protect the linkage? How do we protect the Poznan? How do we ensure that JAR is discussed last? And we also make sure that any outstanding issues, we load all those issues, our interests that are very important into the new program, the TIP. And we want a decision on TIP in COP29 because they may push us to say the technology implementation program should become operational maybe at COP30, we are saying no, we want TIP at COP29 to be operational. Thank you very much, and I hope I will send a message to you very clearly, the take home, and the other things we can discuss. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Onduri. Thank you. That's very, very powerful. Ms. Onduri, before you sit, by show of hands, what is tip in food? Put up your hand if you know what tip is in food. Tip. Tip. Yes. Mr. Hamba. Very good. Technology Implementation Program. TNA. TNA. Yes, please. Great. You have been following. So you can see the class has been following. Another round of applause for Ms. Onduri for the powerful presentation. It would be very good if we can get this presentation. And of course, following up with Mr. Pitu, we need more capacity building in light of this kind of work. Over to you, please. You can take your seat, Ms. Onduri. Thank you so much. We shall have a plenary, maybe probably where we can ask a few questions. But you can see this is very, very technical, but we must understand it because it's our space and we must interest ourselves in these issues. I felt before I invite my good friend, Professor Kadu and Mr. Kabiswa, let's first stretch ourselves a bit because I know we have lunch and the enzymes I know the enzymes are also doing PRECOP. So let's stand up, if you don't mind. Let's stand up. We've stood for long. Good. Let's stand up. We shall do a very simple exercise to let the blood flow. And you will kind of look at me. You will look at me and then stand upright. You're going to push your right leg forward. Your right leg forward, please kindly. I know not all of us are fit, but we shall write the word PRECOP in the air. Yes, PRECOP. Let's start with the P, backwards, then P, R, A, then COP, C, R, and then P. But are you ready? I saw Jaria. Thank you so much. You can take your seats. Thank you so much. As my good friend Onduri has just showed us, we must learn some of these negotiation skills. And there's something that he has said, you must mark what is the darling of the developed world. And I think that is very critical for all of us to be able to understand. So once we understand what is their darling, then we can center on that. So ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, there's a golden thread from capacity building to technology. Now, I know that in the negotiation room, largely the global South countries are so much focusing on adaptation. I was reading the NDC framework, and I want to interest all of us read our country's NDC framework. It has 3 means of implementation. Number 1 is capacity building. Number 2 is climate finance. Number 3 is gender mainstreaming. But when you look at the NDC, almost 80% of the NDC framework is adaptation. And I want to invite Professor Kadu to take us through the session on adaptation. And I also still give him the same number of time, 10 minutes. I know he's always very brief, but also we shall get the presentations and be able to capacitate ourselves as then we prepare for tomorrow's civil society presentation. Over to you, Professor Kadu. Thank you so much. Yes, I know the time is really, but we shall be able to brainstorm afterwards. Over to Professor Kadu, our chief negotiator on adaptation, and to take us through the session. What do you recommend to civil society actors? Members, I need you to interest yourselves, because when you look at the program, tomorrow we shall be having civil society presentation on thematic areas. So they should help us to inform, our position papers. As Professor Kadu is consulting with the technical team to ensure that we have his presentation. Once again, I want you to request you to be alert, because I know once Professor Kadu starts submitting, you dive deep into the technical issues and you might miss some point. But as I've said, our NDC and the entire Global South focuses so much on adaptation, and that's our area of interest. Over to you, Professor Kadu.
Yeah, thank you very much for the reflections about me. Yes, presentation to this meeting, adaptation and loss and damage. In the negotiations, adaptation is separated from loss and damage. I need to make that correction. We have a list of agenda items. You're going to look at the list of agenda items. We shall visit the Word document. Then we shall run through some of the agenda items. We're focusing on a global goal on adaptation because of the issue of indicators. Can you swing to the Word document, please? Can you enlarge? This is because the Word document is not a PowerPoint. It's a table. Again, blow it up a bit, move up. Yeah, it is a table of, I extracted it. We are compiling the position paper already. So we made this extract from there. And don't be surprised when you start seeing chapter one, or chapter 2. The elements in here are the conference of the parties. These are bodies of the COP, the conference of the parties, the subsidiary body for implementation, the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice to the COP, and the conference of the parties, which serves as a meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. So items under these are linked to the Paris Agreement. This table will guide the people at the COP to trace where the adaptation items are across the various bodies. Some items, like matters relating to the adaptation, are found in the program on COP and NSBI, Substar, and in there. So they cut across. Then move down a bit. The matters relating to the for the next one. The adaptation committee, again, that cuts across the various bodies. The review of the progress, effectiveness, and performance of the adaptation committee. The national adaptation plan is only in the SBI agenda items. The global stock take, SBI, Substar, and CMA. Under the global stock take, we have 3 items. The procedural and logistical elements of the overall global stock take, and the modalities of the dialogue on implementing the global stock take outcomes, and then the report of the annual global stock take dialogue. Move down, please. Yes. Then we have the matters relating to the least developed countries, the LDC issues. We put loss and damage as a separate chapter in the position paper because of affirmative action that loss and damage should be separated from adaptation. Traditionally, we have handled adaptation together with the loss and damage, but developing country parties, the last 2 COPs have pushed that we separate the 2 so that we give prominence to loss and damage. And more so after the achievement of the loss and damage fund. So they push to blow up issue about loss and damage are overarching. So loss and damage has 3 items, 2 or 3. There's also international mechanisms for loss and damage associated with the climate change impacts. Now, in there, we have a joint report of the executive committee. And then we have got a review of the also international mechanism. Next slide, please. Move down. That's the end. So we go back to the next. We shall come back to these specifically on indicators. And we shall like to dwell quite a bit on indicators. So we'll come back to that, but we'll move to the PowerPoint. List of agenda items, you've seen that. Move next slide, please. Next slide. You can move it in the slide mode. Can somebody guide? Next slide, please. Capacity building.
We need capacity building in technology issues.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, technical team. Please.
Yes, that's the matters relating to the global stock take. The key issue on the global goal on adaptation, the GGA is the global goal on adaptation. Now, the key issue there is the development of indicators. Mr. Semamba, the commissioner, labored a lot on the targets we set in the previous COPs. And I was pleased that Regenerate Africa saw the flagging of health in the targets. That meant a lot of work to achieve the health among the 7 targets, the sector targets. So we have the sector targets: water, agriculture, health, ecosystems, and biodiversity, infrastructure and human settlement, poverty eradication and livelihood, and cultural heritage. Cultural heritage, cultural issues are important on adaptation. Those who know about Musambo Island. Then we'll go to the dimensional targets. Sometimes it's referred to. The other one in the negotiation will be called the thematic targets. We've referred them here as sector targets because they're referring to sectors. But our colleague from South Africa will refer them as sector thematic targets. The dimensional targets, the dimensions of adaptation cycle, therefore, those are 7. I'm emphasizing this because generating indicators, if you have got a matrix, you're looking at one target that can cut across all these sector targets and thematic targets, and a lot of work on that. A few members doing the negotiation preparation of the adaptation and loss and damage thematic group, I think the commissioner mentioned that, embarked on generating indicators that could be taken along to the ongoing meeting on indicators in Egypt. But Uganda made some contribution to those. There were 2 days workshop on indicators, took place in Egypt from 8th to 9th this month. And a group of experts had been selected earlier on globally under the UNCCC for each of the 7 sector targets. So we've got about 7, 8 people to work on indicators for water, 7 or 8 people to work on indicators for agriculture for each of those sector targets, and also another group to work on the indicators for the 4 dimensional targets. A total of over 5,000 indicators have been generated. Where do they pick the indicators from? There's guidance from the national instruments, from the NAPS, from the national communication. For Uganda, it's the 3rd national communication. For any country, for all countries, you look through, you want indicators related to water, you look in any document you can. It was an open search for indicators, all proposing new indicators, and that's also a lot of work. So the meeting in Egypt was to receive the compilation of these indicators from the experts. So they're presenting their work to the parties, to the countries. Now, there are sticky issues regarding indicators. Maybe we swing to the word document first. Sorry to toggle up and down, but that's what it is in a negotiation. You move from one room to the other. And particularly, my brother, Freddie knows, countries that have low, small delegations. The commissioner sends a message at 1 a.m. and say, adaptation, loss and damage, there's a meeting taking place on such and such a room, be sure you are there. And then she adds on, Commissioner Natif, make sure that it happens. And then engineer have to send us a message, Professor, have you seen the message from the commissioner? I said, I've seen it, I'm there. I said, where are you? So you toggle between here and there. And the youth, you need to toggle, but sometimes you don't toggle. So the compilation of indicators, some features about indicators. The relevance of the indicator to measuring progress towards one or more of the targets referred to that paragraph, the targets that Mr. Semambo indicated. The specific relevance of the indicator to adaptation, including enhancing adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability to climate change. And be this under Article 7 of the Paris Agreement. So it has to be responding to or in harmony with the Paris Agreement. Whether the quantitative or qualitative information applies to the indicator. Move, please. This man, let him move. Phew. Thank you. Whether quantitative or qualitative, yeah, the data availability for the indicator, then data but with indicators, the ability of the indicator to reflect regional, national, and local circumstances. That's important. If you have a cross-boundary issue, you could have an indicator which can reflect on both countries. The applicability of the indicator across different contexts, the gender context and so on, the youth and so on. The ability of the indicator to be aggregated across levels and disaggregated by demographic and socioeconomic aspects. The indicator bases on the best available science. The indicator bases, so there are many characteristics that the experts are considering for each indicator. We'll go back to the PowerPoint, please. Would you remember where we ended off? No, not there. Yes, the experts, about indicators. The meeting, the workshop, there were divergence. The experts versus parties or groups of parties. Because there are many indicators, the experts are calling on parties to guide on how to proceed in handling the over 5,000 indicators. And they have to proceed before COP29. And the parties pushing the experts to do their work, because the experts were selected to guide, compile indicators. So do something, analyze and so on, and then present your work to the parties. But do not come and say, the parties, please guide us. How do we move from there? So that was a stumbling block to the workshop in Sharm el-Sheikh on indicators. Experts, those that are compiling indicators, are not negotiators. So they lack the negotiator context on each items. If you say, for example, Uganda proposed an indicator that by the year 2030, all the LDCs should have undertaken TNAs and should be implementing the actions identified under their TNAs. Now, if you're a negotiator, you appreciate what the TN is and so on. If you're not, you don't appreciate. So there are issues about indicators. The sticky issues, more sticky developed country parties versus, yes, the UN is pushing for, there should be no indicator reflecting means of implementation. The MOI, means of implementation. The US is very firm on that. The African group says it is a red line to have no indicators reflecting means of implementation, because we need the means of implementation to undertake the technology needs assessment, to undertake activities identified in the under NAPs and so on. So those are issues which you have to grapple with to face at COP29 regarding indicators. The experts, yes, are meeting at the moment. The experts are meeting the Secretariat to sort out on how to proceed and move fast before and sort of generate a negotiating text on that. Adaptation Committee, the issue is about a report of the Adaptation Committee. The Adaptation Committee assists parties on issues of adaptation, all parties, not only LODCs, but the issue is that the visibility of the work of the Adaptation Committee. So the committee, the Adaptation Committee is being reviewed.
Sorry, Prof, if you could wind it up in the next 5 minutes.
Next
would be
slide,
good.
yes, I would make it. Next slide, please. The National Adaptation Plan, the issues accessing funds for formulation and implementation. And then for the LODCs, the leg helps the LODCs. Within the LODCs, there are some discomfort among themselves because some are pushed ahead to generate NAPs. Others are still lagging behind. So that's an issue. Next slide, please. The global stock take, yes, the commissioner labored a lot on the global stock take. So the first global stock take ended last year. So out of that, there were recommendations that there are many things that were documented on the global stock take, but in the end, there were recommendations that the procedure and the logistical element of the global stock take should be reviewed or should be considered. And then the modalities of the dialogue on implementing. The dialogue was proposed to handle the implementation of the global stock take outcomes. So what will be the modality of that? We need to make suggestions on that. Then a report of the annual global stock take dialogue. So there is again proposal that there should be an annual report of the global stock take dialogue. So we need to input what we feel should be in terms of global stock taking. My view here is for every project that is undertaken under NAPS or what, there should be a tracking of the progress on that project, which can form a contribution to the global stock take. Next slide, please. Move to the next slide. We'll finish the global stock take. We'll go to the next one. Move on, please. Continue. We'll finish the global stock take. The least developed countries, LODC. These are matters relating to the least developed countries, and Uganda is one of the countries. And the least developed countries expert group, of which Mr. Ndwili was a chair. He was a very good chair. Uganda chaired it. So the leg helps LODCs on issues of adaptation. And the issue here is accessing funds for implementing NAPs and accessing funds for formulation. That's it. The next, go ahead, please. Next slide, please. The loss and damage. Maybe 2 or 3 issues. One, there's a joint annual report of the Executive Committee of the Warsaw International Mechanisms. And then there's the review of the Warsaw International Mechanism itself. So they're reviewing the effective on the mechanisms. And that's a big thing. We need to make contribution to taming, as it were, or guiding the work of the executive committee. Next slide, please. Yeah, we've come at that, the key issues about the review of the WIM. Next slide, please. Again, continue, please. That's the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much. That was very powerful. Before you leave, allow me to find out from the audience, what is MOI? What is MOI in full? I have a hand here. I have a hand here. I have another hand. Ndugu Jackson, you for you must be. Yes, please, Saviam Abdul. Means of implementation. Very good. How many indicators have so far been generated? So far, how many? Apart from Adrian, apart from Adrian. Let me see, because he said it twice. Yes. Over 5,000 indicators have been generated. Thank you so much. That was really very good. Members, another round of applause for Professor as we take a seat. I must say that I'm very proud to call him my friend, because every time I really have something to consult, something technical, I usually reach out to him. Members, as you may be aware, when you look at our agenda, we are supposed to have more presentation from someone from the lead negotiator for mitigation, lead negotiator for finance, lead negotiator for gender, but I'm advised that gender, Honorable Masco, is likely to be here tomorrow. This is sent somebody who is here with us. Finance and mitigation, they've not been able to make it, but I think they also join us tomorrow. But let us utilize that time to have Mr. Charles Kabiswa, the Executive Director of Regenerate Africa, to come and make presentation for CSO presentation on climate change and health. Then we can have plenary at once, if it is agreeable to all of us. Mr. Kabiswa, sir, you're most welcome to make your presentation on climate change. Give him a round of applause. Executive Director of Regenerate Africa, and is one of the partners for this PRECOP 29. Over to Mr. Kabiswa, sir.
Yes, thank you, Session Chair. And let me just ask all of us to appreciate the negotiators in the room. Because when I was moving around or seeing around, I saw some of us were trying to doze a little bit. And I saw the session chair also bring an energizer. But in a COP negotiation, there are no energizers. You have to go energized. So these people are always on alert, and for so many years. Last year, I happened to be in one of their apartments. As we were sleeping for them, they were awake. So we want to appreciate our seniors here. My presentation, we prepared it with Dr. Zaki, we seated there, and also Niona Nakuyaka second. She will be taking you through, I think, the session tomorrow when CSO are discussing. So we have got a full paper, which we have submitted to CANU. I only extracted a PowerPoint presentation, but also we are benchmarking it with the health colleagues at national, but also we are part of the health and the climate signal at a global level, where we exchange some of these ideas so that what we propose as Uganda is aligned to what is being discussed elsewhere. Because if you've got so many voices or so many country positions, then you have got an upper hand to have some of these things go through. So there's a lot of benchmarking from what other colleagues are doing. The next, also to inform you, we are presenting it on behalf of the CANU Health and Climate Thematic Group. There are so many reasons why I think enough evidence in Uganda for why we want to see health in climate action, and mainly in the climate negotiation, because of the challenges, the impact that health is causing on the maternal, on women, which is disproportionate, affecting women. We've got a number of evidence generated by IPCC. I hope you know IPCC. There might be some bit of jargon in this, on how the extreme weathers, heat waves, and wildfires are causing or increasing mortality. We see non-communicable diseases on the rise, including issues related to reproductive health. So there has been a lot of documentation, and Uganda is on course to see some of this happening in Kasese, in Bududa, all Karamoja, all these climate crisis-prone areas. Next. In other words, we've gotten enough evidence that is trying to link health and climate, but also in terms of the current context, we wanted to take you to inform you that there's already a declaration which happened in COP28. Some of you attended the COP28, but these documents can actually be accessed. This health and climate declaration was endorsed by 151 countries and governments. Uganda was one of them. I think the commission already hinted on that. There are also a number of guiding principles on the finance, but also we've already, I think, heard about the 1 billion USD finance. But when you look at all these finances, we don't see health happening. I mean, being incorporated elsewhere, anywhere in these mainstream financial platforms. But now, when you look at the declaration has a commitment to pursue better integration of health consideration into the climate processes. And this is a very, very strong background for us now to keep pushing. And as well as we've last year, some of us who attended the COP, we saw a lot of health negotiations in the rooms, many rooms, but not so much sufficient enough to protect the public health. This year again, we've witnessed, the SBI was this year, it was in May, June, and the World Health Assembly, the 77th World Health Assembly, most of you knew already, can be accessed where there are climate resolutions, and also there is a document which was shared on global plan of action, and another one that came in. Most of you, I think, if you want, you can access some of these. Actually, I've just created a link, which is called the General Program of Work 2025-2028. That is under the World Health Assembly Climate Resolution. That is a key document. It is more or less equivalent to the indicators that Professor Kadu has elaborated on the GGA, but this is specifically on the World Health. But also we see NDCs, the third, I think the third NDC due in February next year. But the good news, as I'm going to show, this is good background for you to understand the dynamics and why we want to justify for the health in the climate discussion. Next. Someone has to be attentive.
Technical team, please.
We don't have time.
Yes.
Yeah. There's what we call a COP28 cover decision, which is an outcome of the first global stocktake. Professor Kadu has hinted on that as well. And as you all know, the 18th November is going to be a health day at Baku, COP29. So that has been kind of added alongside the human capital, children and the youth and education. But we have also done so many applications in the health pavilion, like WHO. A number of them have been turned down because they are overwhelming applications. The communication, I think, came in yesterday and the other day for most of those people who have applied for the pavilions. We happen to be successful in one of the events, but probably not enough. And as all of you know, Uganda is not going to have a side event. Last year we had one, and it was much uploaded with agroecology, migration, and health. And these are critical issues which Uganda is pushing. But also the good news is the climate change for Uganda already integrates health. So that is actually a good context. And also Uganda NDCs prioritizes health as a priority adaptation area. I think it has like 2 pages. The commissioner, you can access all these copies. It is already posted on the UNFCCC, I think September last year, UNFCCC website. And most of you colleagues in the health and the climate witnessed the HNAP launch for Uganda, which happened like, is it a month ago? We heavily participated in developing that. And the good news, we are also building on the Uganda momentum. Some of you can access the document on the country position for last year. We heavily integrated health into the document. So the next is these all positions us, they position us. These are the documents I'm talking about. All of these documents are online, they can be accessed. And if you want to dig out and see where health is embedded, or even any other priorities that you think, these are great positions. So that's why it is very, very, very important to have, again, health a feature again. We score highly in terms of the health, but I think we just need to do more, especially when it comes to costing and budgeting these, the indicators, as well as including returns on investments from the core benefits in order to support the investment in health and climate. Next. So in terms of readiness, Uganda is on top in terms of enabling environment, but also many of us are working hard to make sure we generate evidence. We have done a number of reports as a Regenerate and also colleagues here in the room on health and climate intersectionality, but also influencing some of the discussions. Professor Kad mentioned some work that we did with him last year, where we submitted under adaptation, but also under gender, the integration of health, it is already posted on the UNFCCC. It is open access. So if you want to read some of those submissions, which are always coming annual basis, those are critical things, but also research and also the general sharing. Next. So our recommendations are actually, we identified 5 areas. Reason, health is not a thematic area, but the end in mind, we want it to also be one of the thematic areas under UNFCCC. So at this point, you have to find the entry points. Where do we see it mentioned? How can we put it in adaptation, under loss and damage, under finance, under gender and mitigation? We didn't consider all thematic areas because it could be staggered along. So we thought these 5 key priorities, and we must align with complementary climate community asks. Otherwise, if you go as a standalone and say health alone, it takes ages. Like a commission already said, the loss and the damage took decades. We don't want to take decades. We just want to get the procs. Now, what are we asking next? Next. Under adaptation, already we've said there's an endorsement of declaration, which actually talks about strengthening health systems and the building of resilient, thriving communities, and it recognizes that healthy populations contribute to and are effective of climate resilience. So we think this framework is very, very critical for us as an entry point. Professor has already hinted on that. And at this point we are developing adapted GGA indicators. The process goes up to COP30 in Brazil. And this is a very, very, very important point for us to make sure that there is health impacts are integrated within the indicators. Next. I am running fast because this paper is available. So our request is, can we integrate the health indicators under the GGA targets to ensure comprehensive monitoring of climate-induced impacts? The second one under that is we need to see strengthened health systems, which includes robust early warning systems that address climate-related health risks, including the alerts of extreme heat, vector-borne diseases, and the health threats which are linked to climate change. Some of these are a bit partly involved in the HNAP, if you read the details, because we are aligning all of these policy documents so that there is a bit of accountability and easier to implement. Loss and the damage, we all know that it was operationalized at COP28 in UAE, but yet adequately capitalized. We see 0.2% of what is needed that was committed in Dubai. and World Bank also sits. We know all this information, but our point is the most of the health impacts are all losses and damages are non-economic, and they are also slow onset. So we need to recognize that. But the good news, when you read the document of loss and the damage under the preamble, the governments are committing to pursuing a comprehensive response to address the impacts of climate change and health. So already health is mentioned in the loss and damage. So what we need to do is there a way we can quantify the rated health losses, of course, through the Santiago network, which Prof has been talking about, to provide technical support to parties on the importance of non-economic health losses, which are associated with livelihood, mental health, reproductive health, and displacement. Then also to establish a rapid, flexible access of loss and damage funds for health-related needs, and also avoid reliance on loans, because we are talking much about loans or insurance schemes which are insufficient to address the scope of these health issues. Some wording we try to resemble, we imitate what other sectors are, but we are adding health on the ask. There are also other requests like supporting LDCs to establish the mechanisms to calculate induced losses. Of course, we have already talked about health, environment, agriculture, water, infrastructure, even from Prof's presentation. The good news is health is in there already. So next is on finance. I won't go much elaborate on finance, but we already have what we call a new collective quantified goal, the NCQG. And as we all know, historically, the finance has always been allocated to mitigation of adaptation. Of course, with only nominal amount of loss and damage. So the gap is still big, financing, but I think let's see, since the declaration recognizes the need on investing into climate and health, for us, we think that is very, very important to now include in our ask or recommendation, especially via domestic budgets, multilaterals, health financing of institutions and bilateral development agencies. Next. Someone, okay. Yeah, they are quite a number. We can trim them, but what we want to see more is we need to optimize health with allocation of finance to projects which offer high returns on investment for improved physical, mental health outcomes. Again, we need to see new announcements of climate health finance, which should not be diverted away from other actions of health and climate, but must be consistent or consist of new and additional finance, which is able to finance health-related actions. And the second one is we need to see finance for climate and health responding to the needs of most vulnerable people through grants and not loans. We don't want to see loans, avoid the debt, but also to make sure that we respond to a number of problems that are associated with climate impacts on health. There's also another proposal on universal health coverage, but that one we can read it on our own next. The last one, I think that's the second last paragraph. Most of our previous conversation on health into climate have always been associated with the gender action plan, which colleagues have already mentioned. So last time, I think I followed much gender discussions, and we had a lot of problems getting to the text. I think Russia came specifically to sabotage the discussion, and also China. But I think the problem was even on the language. There's some language that Russia never wanted. So it was Russia, it was the conversation was between two countries and other countries. It is either Russia opposing or it is China opposing. We don't want to see this language in there. We don't understand when you said the gender diversity. There was a lot of mess, and up to the last day, things did not show up. But what we want to see in the review of the gender action plan, we need to include the targeted strategies which address health impacts, especially that are focusing on the vulnerable countries. So the gap, the Gender Action Plan is a strategic point for us to integrate that. And again, promoting intersectional approach to climate action that integrate, that address integrated needs of health and climate, of course, looking at vulnerabilities of women and girls and the other socioeconomic cultural context. The last one is to develop a comprehensive accountability and reporting system which monitors progress on gender responsible actions that integrate health as well. Next, last one. Yeah, I think that is the last one. There is something on mitigation. I think two recommendation transitioning from the fossil fuel into some kind of renewable energy that to promote human health especially. So I think that is something that is missing, which Niona should be able to update. Thank you so much. I took a bit more time because I went section by section, different themes, but probably we can try to condense them into some kind of format from probably tomorrow's discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kabiswa. Thank you so another round of applause for Mr. Kabiswa. Thank you so much. As he takes his seat, let's see by show of hands, what is HNAP? HNAP, put up your hand if you know what HNAP is. I see a hand from Andrew. Somebody, yes, let's have you. Yes, you. HNAP? Sorry? Okay, Health National Adaptation Plan. Very good. What is GAP? GAP, GAP? I should be seeing all the ladies putting up their hands. Chairman is representing the ladies in the room. Gender Action Plan. Thank you so much. How many countries already recognize the right to health? In total, how many countries so far that recognize the right to health? Adrian has an answer. Yes, please, Sharon, yes? Yes? 150? Sharon says this one say 150 plus, but he was exact. He was exact with the number that we need to take home. Adrian is visiting. 151. Okay, how comes that people are insisting on it? Yes, please. 193. That's what I saw in his report, in his presentation. And that number took me to, remember when the Paris Agreement was being signed? It was also signed by 193 countries out of 195. So the number that has already recognized, as you remember, the right to clean and health environment was recognized in the last General Assembly, but now the right to health, as adopted in the last COP, was adopted by 193 countries, as I said in the presentation. Then there's also something I wanted to ask you. I think that is it. I am surprised that the issue of health actually brings out a lot of recommendation, especially on issues of climate finance. We've not had the presentation from climate finance, but we shall have a presentation from finance flows and the climate crisis by Action Aid. It will come later on, and I think to be able to unpack some of these critical financing issues. But also, as you may remember, Ms. Onduri said that there's a $25 million that they're working on, a project they're working on. I was also reading $24 million that government received for restoration of wetlands. I think the recent restoration plan program by government, for example, Rivigi. I was in Paris recently. There's a wetland called the Moto Wetland. They are doing a lot of restoration there, funding from GCF. GCF is the Green Climate Facility. But also, you may need to know that under our NDC framework, as a country, we need to mobilize $28.1 billion to be able to recognize and implement our NDC framework and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions to 24.7%. That's NDC. So, members, I want to allow plenary, and Anthony, you said we should do chap. So we are going to do chap for plenary, and I will limit the hands. Allow only 5 hands. And Ondura, I will give you an opportunity since you are a negotiator, but I will give an opportunity to civil society organizations 5 hands, a minimum of 5 hands. I have Andrew here. And please, once I stop taking the hands, you not put up your hand. We have only having only one person, maybe in the interest of time. Okay, please, Andrew, you have the floor. You can ask any person, either from adaptation, technology, and any other thematic area. You're welcome, sir. Can I have a microphone?
Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity. Mine goes to Mr. Kaviswa. That is where my interest is. And I've really followed you. It is actually great. But then, if we are to take me back, you said that your recommendations were tailored around were they 5 thematic areas? You said you wouldn't include all of them, but then I think I agree with Commissioner Joseph Epitu, who actually told us that capacity building cuts across all thematic areas. And also you ended up by saying that health is not actually recognized as a thematic area. But then I want to suggest that I think all the members here will agree with me that capacity building should be included also, because however much we are talking about, we've come up with the issues, the health issues, the climate change health issues. So the capacity building of health workers is important. And I kind of ask that we should actually include it. If we are to have health systems which are resilient.
Okay.
That is what I was suggesting. Then lastly, this is the question. Mr. Kabiswa, the conversations, we are happy that all along the conversations on health and climate change have been ignored. And since the previous COP, they have started taking shape. But then the conversations which were coming out is that the funding normally goes to malaria and HIV/AIDS. Now that it has started taking shape, and we have all realized that climate change has great impacts when it comes to health. Is there any way the funders can shift the financing more to health, rather than when going to the negotiations every time taking health under malaria or HIV/AIDS? Is there any way financing can be shifted to general health?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Maybe before I was asking for the hands, and the hand is here. I'll give you an opportunity. Before Mr. Karuso responds to that, allow me also to inquire from him. You've said 18th of November is going to be the Health Day in Baku. What do you advise the participants here? How do we leverage that day? Because I think it's an opportunity for us to build the momentum around, especially the issues, and make sure that we populate and make our position paper become very popular. How do we ensure that even those that will be participating probably online can be able to build the momentum around the issues that we have raised as far as health is concerned? But also, Mr. Nduri, you come after Mr. Kabiswa. You had a hand, but also I want to ask you that when you look at our NDC framework, the 3 core means of implementation, capacity building, climate finance, and gender mainstreaming, you say that AI, for example, is being forced on we the people. Yet we actually all see, as you said, both sides of the AI, the advantages and disadvantages. But we see that we in the global south, especially like in Uganda, we are going to be affected more negatively by AI. So if we are not mainstreaming some of these technological issues within our industry framework, which is the blueprint for the implementation of our climate action plan, how are we going to catch up with the technology transfer, especially since we've said that guys in the global north are not willing to entertain some of these conversations, especially on issues of technology transfer. Please, Mr. Kamiswa, you have 2 minutes. Then I allow Mr. Nduri to have 3 or 5 minutes to clarify some of these issues. Then I can have her, and then we can wrap it up.
Thank you
Over
so
to you,
much.
please.
Thank you, Chair, for of course, raising those very important questions, and a colleague here. I am in agreement that the capacity building is needed on when it comes to health and climate, especially given the low attention and also capacity that, of course, health and climate practitioners have. So I'm in total agreement, and I know in the group session is for tomorrow, you have to beef up that paper. And as you know, we have to make it as brief as possible because it is feeding into a bigger CSO paper, so it can't take a big space. We have actually tried as much as possible to dissect it, but I'm total agreement. I think there was even a slide, 2 points on mitigation, which were not also mentioned, but it is it is going to be, I think, somehow an open discussion to improve it. Then also you talked about financing. I think for me, the problem has been the readiness and how many proposals that integrate health and the climate that we position to the GCF and adaptation finance. There hasn't been a window. This adaptation fund cannot force Uganda to submit things which are not into your adaptation priorities. So for me, I see the development of having the HNAP and other integration of the NDCs integrating health, I think position that's now much better. It is the same with the green climate finance. There are quite a number of countries that have pushed proposals into the GCF because, of course, the country frameworks now support. For me, this process, the other 4 documents which I projected are very, very important to help us. But again, the issue is we won't move alone. We have to do more of cross-sector, multi-sector partnership. We want to see the Minister of Health, the health practitioners working with the Minister of Water and Environment, because, you know, there's some kind of who is accredited to submit the proposals. So we hope to see more funding, and that's why we are now talking about finance more. I'm actually going to be following finance than these others. We have done enough of this. We now need to see the financing of the health and the climate action that are integrated as opposed to the silo kind of financing that has been coming from the climate finance. Then I think there was also another question on the 18th November. It is a little unfortunate that we don't have a pavilion as Uganda, so we do not have a lot of freedom to do what we want to do in terms of positioning Uganda and probably Africa position, but there are a number of side events which have been organized. But I also encourage colleagues who are going there to get some of these themes that you follow. I must warn you that the process begins from here. When you wait to go to COP, that is the climax. You might not influence much. And that's why this position is very important for our negotiators to have position paper. Already health is incorporated. So whether it is technology, somehow there might be mention or support another country that mentions health in the room under technology. But if the country has not harmonized, then don't expect to influence when you are at COP. It is too busy. You have to have already your strategy. You have to have your position. But I encourage us, like, let's join other platforms. There's a health and a climate signal group. We are always meeting every lunchtime to share what has happened in different negotiation rooms. And we always also try as much as possible to support the negotiators. Last year, I think I was having a conversation with Professor Kaddu. Professor Kaddu does a lot of help actually in supporting some of these texts, or pushing them in the Africa group of negotiators, LDC, the China G77. But I was so happy when we had a text and there was a closing remarks from our LDC chair, and he wanted to integrate the health. That's actually how diverse some of our negotiators are and think ahead. So once we have a position, it is much easier for the commissioner to read the health and the mitigation. So it means you have got a common understanding and common position and text. So for me, I think this is going to be very, very vibrant, but let's not wait for the COP. The COP is a climax.
Yes.
For me, that is always my recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charles. Before Ndugu Onduri comes in, let me give her an opportunity to ask the question, because you could be able to respond to the question. Please ask a question, keep it below a minute. So that Mr. Onduri can come in and respond to Please kindly give her a microphone. Thank you so much, Mr. Kabiswa, for that elaborate response, and I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Robert, for the opportunity.
Yes, please.
And our presenters for the good presentation made to us. However, there is one issue I noticed which has not come out well, and this is the issue of climate justice. I don't know whether I was absent-minded, but I did not hear anything about that. And we all know the injustices around climate change. And we are all aware that now Uganda have discovered a lot of new resources that we need to extract. We talk of oil come 2025. We are expected to extract our oil. But of course, the giants are saying we shouldn't extract our oil. Yet for them, they extracted their oils and they are rich, exploiting us to a certain level. So how are we benefiting? If they're saying not our oil, not our resources, how are we developing countries benefiting from all these processes of stopping or reducing climate change impacts emissions within the globe? Should we as a country have a recommendation to this? What should our negotiators take into the negotiations that can benefit our country, but even our sister developing countries?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Semamba, I'll give you an opportunity to respond to that, because that is, I know you're able to respond to that. But Mr. Onduri, please, if you could keep it brief so that we wind it up.
Yeah, thank you,
You're welcome,
moderator, and thank you, the participants. First of all, I was raising my hand just to give additional information, because I happen to have been in Baku, where we discussed issues related to finance, basically the new collective goal on finance.
Yes.
And we know today we don't have a presentation on finance, but I think when we go home, we should have this. We're looking at the definition of finance in terms of the new collective quantified goals. And the voices in the room are saying we should have a definition of finance. If you talk now, you ask any person, a negotiator, that do you have a concrete definition on climate finance? They'll tell you no. There's no agreeable definition of climate finance. And the developing countries are all saying when we go for negotiations, we should have an outcome that reflects that there is a definition of climate finance. Then members deliberated on the possible phase of the climate finance. And they said the climate finance should be new funds, should be additional, and should be grant-based. You had Mr. Bakika mention things to do with the loans. And we all know that loans have caused us problems. Uganda is servicing loans maybe with about 60% of its revenue is being used for servicing external loans. Now, these loans, by the time I was managing the external debt when I was in finance, the loan of Uganda, 60% was from IMF and the World Bank. And these loans, they were categories of concessional loans with less than 1% interest rate, grace period of 10 years, repayment period of 40 years. Despite the concessionality of these loans, Uganda still became heavily indebted. So when we go in a climate change negotiations and we open our option to concessional loan, the implication is that we are calling for more debts, which is going to make us indebted and we shall not be able to address our climate-related activities or interventions. So there are no agreements amongst the developing countries on the concessional loans, because some people maybe have not interfaced with what a concessional loan is, and that it can also bring us to a very high level of indebtedness. So that came out very clearly. I cannot say there was a conclusion on that one, but there was a hint on that. The least developed countries, where Uganda also belongs, insist we should not even mention concessional loans or anything to do with the loans. Then I had in the G77 meeting, which you have just had here, a colleague from China, when they said concessional loan, he just mentioned that, do you want to make this a business chamber? So the issue of loan is a business. We are saying Article 4.3, developed countries should provide financial support to the developing countries. And it should be grants. And we call for any other sources. So we are talking about grants. So we need to speak with one voice. On the issue of concessionality, as Uganda, we have lived with the heavy indebtedness, so we should advocate for no concessional loans, but look at, like the LDCs are saying, let us ask for grants. Then the other issue with the loans is that concessional loan, when you want concessional loan, I don't know whether you have here someone from Ministry of Finance. You don't need to go to climate change process to get the concessional loan. You go to multilateral banks, you'll get concessional loan. You'll go to the World Bank, you go to IMF. So you don't need to negotiate it. You just go and engage the people who have the money, and then you'll get the concessional loan. So it should not be a subject that is brought into the climate change process. And that is a very strong point that we should insist on, because the moment you talk of loans, I don't know where we shall be. So the other issue I wanted to mention was the issue of technology, which was, I think you raised, how do we catch up with the AI and the various activities that we are involved in that require technology like AI. Colleagues, I want you to get me very clearly. There are positive elements of AI and there are negative elements of AI. We are also using AI now in different aspects. But the climate technology, the process of implementation is well outlined. It starts with the technology needs assessment, identifying the priorities. We also have the NDCs that require technology for the implementation. Now, all those priorities of ours require implementation. Even the technical assistance, like the technical assistance we got from the CTCN here for the geothermal, they require further implementation. So we are saying, if we are going to employ AI, let us bring AI to help us implement those already identified priorities under technology needs assessment, under the NDCs, under the NAPs. But if someone comes because he has developed his robot or any form of AI, and he wants to impose on us so that he gets the market and he gets the income for revenue from that, I think that is unfair. So the way the AI has come into the system of negotiation is what we are saying is not the right. They should have taken into account that we need to implement the outcome of our TNAs, most of them which are in the shells, they are not being implemented. And then lastly, I wanted to say something about the health.
Yeah.
I happen to have attended the launch of the health NAP, and also I've interacted with the UNOPS. They are in the process of promoting malaria campaign at the COP. They are preparing. And one thing in health is that Minister of Health intends to launch its HNAP globally during the COP. They are looking for venues, avenues, platforms for launching this. I was also recently consulting with the East African community was consulting with us on possible areas for COP29. They said they have a pavilion, and we are from East Africa. When they presented the programs or activities that have already been identified, there are very few compared to the days of the negotiation. So whoever is interested, talk to Mr. Bob Natif, Assistant Commissioner. He was there, and we can get slots as Uganda for free. Actually, it was said it was going to be free, but they are going to give us modalities on how to apply for those platforms for various activities. So let us also sharpen our activities, and we look for avenues for share where we can also share. But it is important that we catch up with the other institutions that will have platforms like the UN agencies so that we can also use it for presenting our cases.
Thank
so
you.
I thought I would share with that.
Yes.
And I hope I have ably responded to the issues. But I request that I have a meeting which has started. I'm just going to sit behind there and maybe also I'll be listening. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Onduri. A round of applause for Mr. Onduri. Thank you so much for those insights. And I will request Mr. Semambo to come forward and respond to the question on climate injustice. But also, you could also tie it with what Mr. Onduri has talked about, the need to leverage some more available opportunities, for example, with the EAC, or maybe where we can have sort of like Uganda voices, since we don't have the pavilion. And what happened to the 500 million Uganda shillings we needed to have our own pavilion? Because in Dubai, we really use it to market Uganda. Over to you in a few minutes, then we can go to the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me just begin from your observation. Indeed, we don't have a pavilion this time around. We try to do some bit of mobilization. I think Kabiswa here and the team understand, because we know the value of the pavilion, but I think it did not come out as planned. But nonetheless, there are two aspects in the pavilion. First and foremost, we know the importance of the pavilion. That is an area where information can be shared. But also we can market our tourism, we can market our country, we can market our plans, and we can showcase what we are doing. So the two fronts, how we are approaching it, there are organizations that have already tried to work around to see where they can get some space for demonstrations in the pavilions. It's been talking about the WHO. There was some bit of indication of giving Uganda space to present our HNAP. The NDC partnership program also has a pavilion, among others. So there that arrangement that organizations have gone ahead to try to subscribe where they have the niche to ensure that they get space for pavilion. So what the message that we are giving those organizations, that once they get the space, that is well and good, but let them inform us to know what they are going to present in that particular pavilion they have secured, when and how, so that we share this information with the entire delegates of Uganda, but also including creating the links for those that will remain back home here to make a follow-up. Then the version number 2 of that is that if you are sure that you have something to present and you have no pavilion, again, you can try to give it a trial by writing officially to those who have pavilion to see if they can give us space. But that is in the case that you are sure you are going to be there because there is an indication, you are given space, you lock out others and you don't turn up. Okay, again, this is a shaming. So if you are sure that you have what to present and you are going to be there and you are going to have all the logistics required, please inform us. We try to approach those who have pavilion and see if they can give us space where you can make your case on behalf of Uganda. But if you are not sure, please don't do that, because there are other people or there are other countries who are looking for space. And if you are given space and don't utilize it, again, it is giving a bad image. So that is point number 2. So allow me to leave that. So the aspect of this is that we are to have a schedule for COP for Uganda. It means that we shall be communicating to all our Ugandan colleagues, both physical and virtual, of what is going to be taking place, where and when and by who. That's why we need that information to consolidate it. So even when you have your own pavilion, we may need that information as well.
Yes.
Then number 2 is about climate justice, isn't it? Which somebody did not hear. You did not hear because you are looking at your computer. Even now I'm talking, you are not paying attention. Okay, let me try to throw attention, Penina. At the end of it, we're going to have the answer to yourself. 1, climate justice is coming from the United Nations Formal Convention, the convention itself, and the Paris Agreement. And it is coming from the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. That is where it's being rooted from, in both the Paris Agreement, but in the convention itself. And it is looking at just 3 things. 1, that principle is coined, and the principle is looking at we do not have the same capacities and capabilities in addressing climate change. Isn't it? That is the principle. It recognizes that. But also the principle recognizes that we have different historical contribution to the emissions. That principle is also talking about that. And then number 3, that principle is encouraging the developed world to support the developing countries in addressing their mitigation and adaptation. Okay? So when we talk about climate justice, it is built on that principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, and looking at those 3 aspects, that we have different capacities and capabilities, isn't it? In terms of causing climate change, addressing climate change, but also recognizes who has the biggest historical record in terms of emissions, and who should contribute in terms of supporting others to live or to survive. So that's what the principle is talking about. So amidst all of that thing, the climate justice we're talking about is recognizing about 4 things. 1, there is equity. Number 2, there is fairness. Number 3, there are human rights. And number 4, there is aspect of cultural setup and all that kind. That is what the climate justice is talking about. So that means that in whichever aspect of negotiation that we are doing, that principle is number 1, know who you are representing. If you talk about transition to clean energy by curbing down fossil fuels, know where you are coming from. You first put that principle into your head, isn't it? And then you go to negotiate about it. When they are telling you to stop fossil fuels, isn't it? Bring back the principle of common differentiated responsibilities, and then the principles of the climate justice about fairness, about human rights, about equity and all that kind. Then you know where you belong in terms of negotiation. When you got technology, it is the same principle. So climate justice is all over, because we are trying to look at justice. It is over all the negotiation blocks, that we need justice in terms of accessing climate change financing, in terms of development, in terms of social capital and protection, in terms of technology, in terms of capacity building. So I would stop it at that. That justice to be at the center of our negotiation. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Semambo. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, number 1, I am advised that there's some tea at the back. So feel free, if you feel the sugar level is going down, walk and pick a cup of tea. We have only 2 presentations remaining this afternoon, and there will be just brief presentation, and we shall get the materials, we shall read, which will inform our conversation tomorrow. So we should be able to be out of this place in the next less than 30 minutes. So allow me, since we've had a lot of conversation about finance, Mr. Anthony Orimba, allow me to seek leave from you that we allow ActionAid to present. I thought maybe we could have finance come, so it ties into the conversation, then we have Peram come last. Because the people are still fresh with ideas on finance, but if it is your guidance, we can still have Peram first. I don't want us to lose the breath on finance. Okay, if it is already set, thank you so much, Mr. Anthony Orimba. So I've been guided that let's have a presentation from Peram Uganda on the CSO presentation on the integration of agroecology, adaptation, loss, and damage in Uganda's COP29 position. So keep fresh with the ideas on climate finance, shall still come to it, but let's have a presentation on integration of agroecology, adaptation, loss, and damage in Uganda's COP29 position by Peram Uganda. Please kindly keep it less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, members.
Good evening, sir.
I think you set me in a trap of speaking after my bosses.
Sorry.
It's not good to speak after your boss has spoken, but I'll try to see what to do. Anyway, as Pelam Uganda, we are looking at issues to do with including agroecology in agriculture for COP29. Members, as we stand at the crossroads of climate change urgency, it is very important for us to explore different innovative solutions that not only address environmental issues, but also secure food sovereignty and community resilience. In these negotiations, as Pelam Uganda, we have been participating in a number of engagements, and we started last year to see how our agroecology can be integrated into the national COP position paper. We were successful last year that it was included, and it is the same call we are having this year. Taking you back, in Article 9 to 10 of the convention initiated in Sharm el-Sheikh, we had different areas of negotiation in agriculture, which included, for instance, the establishment of the coordination group, which is still hanging, the development of an online portal to share information on projects, initiatives and policies for increasing opportunities for implementation of climate action to address issues related to agriculture and food security. And you forgive me, I'll just go through it very fast because of time. There are a number of approaches to sustainable agriculture and food security that were discussed during the SB60. Please scroll down to approaches. And among these were the approaches listed down. Agroecology was one of them, climate smart agriculture, nature-based solutions and ecosystem approaches, regenerative agriculture, land degradation, assessment of climate vulnerability, climate resilience, family and community agriculture, food systems and biotechnology, artificial intelligence. Professor Nduri was speaking to it, integrated systems for sustainable intensification and standardization of instruments of agriculture. But for us as Pelam, if we look at all these approaches that were enlisted, we feel in accordance to our national circumstances and context, Uganda needs to prioritize the following approaches for consideration in COP29. And one of the approaches we are looking at is agroecology, climate smart agriculture, nature-based solutions, ecosystems-based approaches, and land degradation and desertification. We go ahead to justify, scroll down, to justify as to why, I will not go through those statistics, to justify as to why we need to take on these approaches. No, go up to importance of prioritized approaches. We are really fronting agroecology because we believe It promotes the sustainable farming practices that are adapted to local conditions, such as crop diversification, agroforestry, integrated pest management, conservation of biodiversity, soil and water conservation, and practices that promote diversified, safe and nutritious foods. We look at agroecology as one of the answers or solutions to issues we are facing in regards to climate change crisis. But also we appreciate that there are those other approaches like smart agriculture, which are and nature-based solutions, which speak more or less the same as what agroecology is proposing. So to actors, to negotiators, to civil society organizations here, I understand one of the main topics tomorrow or a main center of our discussion is developing this CSO position paper, is to call on for your support, for your backing, to see how we can integrate agroecology in this national position paper. It's not yet one of those topics of discussion during the COP, but just like the advocacy that was done on loss and damage after very many years, we believe agroecology one time will become a topic of discussion in these forums. But we want to keep it in the space and in the books in black and white of the COP negotiations. So we really call on your support that you take on agroecology, be incorporated in the CSO position paper. Let us see it speaking in the national position paper, especially under adaptation. It can be a standalone, but also it can be incorporated within different aspects. Why do we want to promote agroecology? There are a number of reasons as to why, as Pelham Uganda's agroecology actors, we want to take on agroecology because of the sustainable farming practices. It promotes biodiversity, enhances soil health, conservation, conserves water, reduces dependence on chemical inputs, leading to sustainable food production. It has aspects to do with community empowerment, prioritizing the local knowledge. We all believe in this local knowledge that was there decades, centuries ago. So we believe agroecology prioritizes this local knowledge and practices and empowers the farmers and communities to improve their adaptive capacity to changing climate conditions. The carbon sequencing. We believe implementing agroecological practices can significantly increase the carbon capture in soils, contributing to our global net zero goals. Then the biggest aspect of resilience building. We are all fighting to see that our communities are resilient. So agroecological systems are inherently more resilient to extreme weather events, droughts and pests, and ensuring food security in the face of climate change. I re-emphasize our call. Please give us a hand. You are influential actors at both the national and international level. Please, we urge you to champion agroecology as a central theme of discussion in our national position paper. We urge the negotiators. Thank God, starting last year, they started appreciating agroecology. So we call them upon to continue drumming issues to do with agroecology. I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pelham Uganda. That's very, very powerful. And I want to agree with you that as a country, we need to be very interested in amplifying the voice for the focus. They need to focus on agroecology because Uganda is an agriculture country, and we must be able to see that we push this position. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Action Aid to take us through the issue of the finance flows. And then we shall have plenary at once. And that will be the last presentation of the day. Finance flows and on the climate crisis, presentation by Action Aid. If they are here, allow them take over. But all the previous presentations should be able to be shared with the participants to ensure tonight we run through them and tomorrow we're able to crystallize some of these ideas and then be able to form a position paper for civil society. So Action Aid, are you in the house? Technical team, I need to be guided about the presentation by Action Aid. Once again, I want to salute our partners, Accord, Oxfam, Regenerate Africa, Action Aid, Climate Action Network, Emily Raise, and ENR CSO Network. Thank you so much for enabling this conversation and whoever I have left out. The PRECOP is a space that brings all our ideas together so that we move in the same direction as civil society, but also moving closely with the government, especially in coming up with the position paper. Mr. Anthony Worimbwa, I am giving an opportunity to Action Aid to make a presentation on the climate finance flows as the last presentation. If they are ready, they could be able to come and take us through in the next 10 minutes so that we can have plenary. As they prepare, I can give an opportunity to plenary in case there are any questions that are arising from the presentation on agroecology and any other issues from the previous presentation. You could also ask the same question so they can be responded to in afterwards. Any question that you would want to ask? Madam Sarah, you had a question on an idea on, I think it was answered by Mr. Semamba about the issue of the climate injustice and the issues of extractives and the mining sector. Because I was looking at the Ministry of Water and Environment position on pushing for an energy mix, especially as Mr. Semamba has explained, the common but differentiated responsibility that we have. Because there's a difference between pushing for net zero and carbon neutrality. I think that needs to be understood. So as a country, what we are focusing on is how do we ensure that we mainstream the issue of climate justice at the heart of all the negotiations, especially as a country, which has been affected by, which is actually a less contributor of these emissions. So any question, please, as the Action Aid is preparing. Yes, Mr. Zemambo, you want to clarify something? Yes, please. Yes, please. Please kindly clarify. Yes.
Just tell me to stop, I will stop immediately. So one thing that we need to note is that in all our documentation, we've been talking about low carbon development. Low carbon development is that principle which I've already talked about, that we need to develop, but in our development aspiration, don't rule out that there will not be emission whatsoever. And the reason is very simple. You are making your extractives. You get use of them and develop. But as you are extracting those materials, you don't have 100% technologies that will not meet all the value chains. If those are available, you must have resources to buy them. And don't have resources to buy them for now, isn't it? It's the same reason as well as saying that we are in for low carbon development. As we are developing, we are being mindful of our emissions and the technology which is available and the development aspiration of the country. So there is an ongoing movement of net zero and carbon neutrality. That is almost the same. It is very good commitment globally, but that principle of common but financial responsibilities and climate justice, it pushes us in the position of low carbon development as we try to study the situation, getting the required finances, accessing the technology, utilizing the technologies to go to the net zero, which is required. That's why the net zero period for LDCs is actually above the 2050, above the mid-century. And I think that is a very good point for us to note, all of us, that when you are negotiating there, no, Uganda is for low carbon development because of the circumstances 1, 2, 3, 4. It's not that we don't want to do aspect of mitigation. We want to do, but we need to develop, we need money, we need technology. That's why we go for low carbon development in that. Then on the ecology, I think he made a statement here that is requesting. The request is being noted. So I think what is really important from your presentation, it was very clear that there is a decision backing up agroecology, moving from Cronevia to Shamshe, and then there are those 10, 12 approaches for agriculture and food security that have been mentioned. And you zero down on a few of them, of which of them is agroecology. So those have been discussed under the ostrich or Professor Kadu. Agriculture is being discussed there. If you have the rightful content, we ensure that you sharpen it very well and see how we embed it in the agriculture thematic, in the adaptation thematic area, because Professor has been looking for that information, but has not been getting it about the Cornevia, which transformed itself into the Samuel share arrangement. So this piece of information, I think, is very important, subject for agreeing you as civil society that this is what you want, then we shall embrace it into the position paper for the country. And then the question which I have for you, have you engaged the line ministry in charge of food production? Because at the end of the day, they are the one to implement all the decisions under agroecology, of course, with your support, but they have to embrace also this one. Maybe that's the question that you can respond at a later stage.
Thank you so much, Mr. Semambo. Thank you so much for that guidance. A round of applause for Mr. Semambo, please. That's a very good guidance, especially on the aspect of carbon neutrality and low carbon development, but also on the aspect of agroecology. I was reading the Ministry of Energy's Energy Transition Plan of 2065, and as they have said, our focus as a country goes beyond 2050. The Energy Transition Plan, which was passed last year at COP 28, supported by International Energy Agency, focuses on how Uganda can be able to champion the low carbon development, but also the terms on phase out, phase in, and phase down. Those are very critical, especially as we form our position paper tomorrow as civil society. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Action Aid. I hope that we at par. Mr. Orimbo, you may need to guide me if Action Aid is not available. We could push tomorrow. But as far as we are concerned, I think this is really so far been a very constructive conversation. I'm happy that everybody is able to get a cup of tea to energize our sugar levels. Yes, Mr. Semambo, sir? Yes. Yes, please. You could clarify it, sir.
In that energy transition for the country, they have communicated a certain year where it can be carbon neutral. You are very much aware of that.
Yes.
But when we talk about the carbon neutrality in totality, it is looking at what we call the economy-wide, isn't it? So not all sectors are going to reach carbon neutrality at the same level. That's why by the time you agree that our transition to carbon neutrality, you must have considered all sectors because you are communicating one goal. If energy, in the energy transition, they have communicated reaching carbon neutral from the phase down, phase out, isn't it?
Yes.
And we are in for phase out, by the way.
Yes.
Phase down is completely stopped. but phase out is a process. Okay, phase out is a process that it is progressional, isn't it? But phased out, it is a complete stop. We are not for the complete stop. We are to phase out complete, I mean what? A process. So in the energy transition, you will find the word carbon neutrality to be attained, but that is one sector of the economy. When will transport also reach carbon neutrality? When will waste, you know the problem with waste.
Yes.
You know the days.
Yeah.
When will the waste reach out carbon neutrality, isn't it? You may not commit the country to have the same carbon neutrality for all the sectors, a mere fact that sectors are not at the same level, isn't it? So by the time we say that Uganda is for carbon neutrality, it means that all sectors are projected to have 100% muscle, that is technology and financial, in a particular year X, that you have the carbon neutrality. So that is the bigger objective with the economy-wide picture. So even when we have two sectors or three sectors that are ready to become carbon neutral by the year 2030, and the other sectors, according to the circumstances they are in, they are not ready, then you cannot communicate to Uganda that we shall have carbon neutral in this year. That one can only happen to those other sectors, but it's not a collective economic target for carbon neutral for all sectors.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Semambo. Mr. Anthony Worimba, are we having action aid? Okay, very good. Mr. Semambo, before you put the microphone down, I've been guided that we are not able to have action aid. Probably will come tomorrow. But since you have the microphone, there are two questions that were put to you earlier on in your presentation about the issue of carbon trade. You remember it came from Edwin and Pascal about the issues of carbon trade. But also there was a question that was posed by Hedwig about the issue of journalist reporting arising from your previous presentation. Would you use 1 or 2 minutes to make mention of what needs to be done, especially on carbon trade? Because you say that the ministry is expediting the process of regulations. But then Edwin was saying that people need to be capacitated, farmers need to be engaged. What processes are you undertaking as a ministry to see that this process goes on? Also, Pascal was asking about the issue of how the issue of pricing, what is the process going to be, but then finally on the issue of journalist reporting. The mix, because Mr. Bachika was saying that journalists mix climate change with the environment. And she was asking that how can they as journalists improve on climate reporting as far as the ministry is concerned? You could use 1 or 2 minutes to clarify that since it's going to be your last word. Over to you, please.
Moderator, I think, I don't know, maybe for the benefit of those who are around, because those who have asked questions, I think I don't see them.
But I see Pascal is there. Pascal is around.
Pascal responded to Pascal. His is a very long story. Okay. But I tried to explain to him that with or without regulations, we don't stop you from doing your business when it is not regulated.
Okay.
But know that when the regulation is coming, you safe with the regulations.
Okay.
And I've told him that those who are doing carbon business, when the regulations come, you will need 3 approvals. Approval number 1 is that whoever have interest in participating in market mechanism, you write what we call expression of interest to participate in carbon trading in Uganda, isn't it? And you specify that expression of interest, which sector are you interested in, or which sector are you in running now? Because you may be planning to, or you're already in the business. So you write an expression of interest to the minister responsible for climate change, which you call EOI, stating the willingness.
Expression of interest.
Yes, stating the willingness to participate in carbon credits. So once that expression is received, plus a summarized concept note of what you are going to do, how much of the emissions are you going to reduce, what credits are you going to generate, and where are you going to implement your project, isn't it? Because that is a summary of the concept. Then you submit this to the minister. The minister, for now, will revise that expression of interest and respond to you to either provide additional information if it is required, or tell you, wait until when you have the regulations running.
Yes.
But now let me go ahead of the regulations. That no objection will be granted to you or not, depending on how you have put up your paper and how genuine you are and how transparent you are, isn't it? So if you are given an objection, it requires to just do 4 things. A no objection is not a permit for you to trade. It will not be a permit for you to trade. A no objection is simply telling you, you are given go ahead to try and do feasibility study, isn't it? Once you do the feasibility study, that is one report. Number 2, you will do stakeholders benefit sharing arrangement or plan for your project, isn't it?
Yes.
That I have a carbon project, this portion will go for this one, this portion will be for this one, a benefit sharing plan, which some of us don't want to hear. Now let me mention it. How are the communities going to benefit and how much are you going to be giving them? That is a stakeholders benefit sharing what? Plan of that project. Number 3, to be required to bring a letter of authority or authorization from the responsible institution. If you are dealing in energy, we require to have a letter from the Ministry of Energy to align that whatever you're doing is in the interest with the energy development aspects. If you are dealing with agriculture, the same. If you are dealing with waste, the waste authorities, and so much and so many. If you are doing with forestry, a letter from the forest authority allowing you that we know this one and what we're going to do is in alignment. That is the estate owners. If you're going to do in the national parks, you bring a letter from UA. Okay?
Yes.
Among others. That letter has to be accompanied. Then number 4, which is the last one, is the project design document, the PDD. The PDD is actually a summary, a technical summary of what is coming out from your feasibility study, isn't it? The benefit sharing arrangement plan, okay? And how you are going to execute that project. What standard are you going to use, for example? Isn't it? Those are the documents that you have to put in place once you are given an objection. Then you move to step number 2. Request number 2. Request number 2 is that you are requesting for approval of your project to start. The request for approval will require to accompany those documents which you prepare at no objection. The PDD, the benefit sharing arrangement, the letter from authority of the institution, and then the what? The feasibility study. Then we look through them. If we need any additional information, we'll request you in writing. As usual, as the regulations are happening. So once you start implementing with your operating period of the project and you have generated the credits, then you will ask permission number 3, authority to transfer, authorization to transfer the carbon credits. Because you have to make a balance sheet, isn't it? Yes. How are they contributing to, how are they affecting our NDs? Isn't it? Is it a normal voluntary things? Is it compliance and so many other things? So you'll be given authority to transfer. But in between all of those aspects, the minister has the right to terminate if you have given false information, even if it is discovered at a later stage. So that's why I said that for you, you need a different arrangement or gathering outside this one to tell you what it requires. So that's why I told you that it is better you start planning depending on what will be required of you. Okay. Isn't it?
Okay.
That is number 1. On capacity building, he has moved out. Capacity building is for all of us. Capacity building, I think, does not need any regulation to be put in place.
You're already doing capacity building.
We do capacity building, but it cannot be at the pace as it is required.
Yeah.
So capacity building is for all of us. If you have a program on capacity building, you can get out of adaptation, but also look at carbon markets. We can offer these trainings, we can offer this capacity building, isn't it?
Yes.
And then the ministry is also trying to do our level best, but the resources are never enough. So the plan we have that once these regulations have been approved and up and running, we shall try to engage the sectors and the private people in terms of the guidelines on execution of these carbon markets frameworks. That one, there is already a plan for that in terms of their dissemination, but how all those processes we shall be giving them to people and what they should do. But this entire building of what is about the market price or not, this one is a continuous process. It's keep on changing.
Yes.
And once the discussions are keeping on improving, there are so many market mechanisms that are going to be coming. There are other standards that will keep on coming. So, I mean, it is a continuous. But we shall try as much as possible to engage our stakeholders. Now, for the local community, this is where I have a lot of interest. The capacity building is not for experts like you. You're already experts, isn't it? For the local communities, it will be upon the government to prepare them to get out of the cheating zones. I think you understand the language I'm using. Because there is so much conflicts that is happening and predicted to happen in the carbon business. That's why these regulations are coming. So there are deliberate efforts through the district technical support units that will prepare our communities to get ready to participate in these carbon markets, to know their demands, what is it that they should take care of. And that's why the aspect of the benefit sharing mechanism is important. We are not determining how much we're going to give them. That is an agreement between you and those communities. For us, we shall just go and confirm. If there is a loophole and denying, you will not proceed. Our regulations are not saying that you give them this percentage because these projects are different. Some are in energy, some are in forestry, some are in wetlands, some are in waste, isn't it? So you cannot subject them to the same proportion of what? The share is of what? Proceeds. That one, it is left between the lead agency, the project developer, and the communities. They will agree on the proportion of what? Sharing. Our work is to go and confirm whether what we are present to us or everybody is comfortable. If there is nobody who is comfortable or one person is not comfortable, you will have to go back on the drawing board and correct that. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Sema. Another round of applause. We had to exhaust you because we are not sure tomorrow we shall have you, but that was very powerful. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, COP29 is dubbed the Climate Finance COP, and therefore we must really, I want to join Mr. Kabiso who said that he wants to follow the money, where the money is, where the climate finance. And I think that's what we must really do. And indeed, tomorrow as we form a position paper, we must come straight and very strong on issues of climate finance. And I think we shall be able to have the presentation from Action Aid Trust, the finance flows and climate crisis tomorrow. As you can see on our program, it is well laid out what we shall do tomorrow. It will be a half day, literally, to be able to form our position paper. But at least today has been able to bring all of us up to speed. And with all that, allow me to hand over to Mr. Anthony Worimba, who is going to give us, usher us into the closing for this day one. And for me, it's been a great pleasure to chair this afternoon session. Thank you very much. Mr. Worimba, sir.
Thanks, Robert, for moderating a very difficult session. Now, after lunch, it's never easy, but nevertheless, you've done a very good job. A round of applause for our moderator. A round of applause for the negotiators. A big one. I know you're a bit tired, but yes, and the people presented papers from PELAM, from Regenerate Africa, everybody. Yeah, so we've come to the end of today's session. My hope is that you picked a lot of information, a lot of guidance from the very experienced team from the government, from the negotiators, and our own civil society experts. So, tomorrow we shall, I hope we begin a bit early by latest 9 o'clock, latest, because tomorrow we expect to get our views into it's more of like what called a write shop. Tomorrow we'll do the actual writing. We've been collecting these views, but now tomorrow we have to get these views together into a paper that will be synthesized and incorporated in the government position. So tomorrow, as you take a rest, please come at the back of your mind that we are going to do serious business. Today you are listening, chatting, but tomorrow we have to do it, the real work. Admin. Yeah, admin, we have our admin desk there. I hope you registered your name with Anna from Accord. Yes, there's a team which will be sorted from Accord. Then there's we have some partner teams. You know the respective partners, the desk to go to. So that facilitation will come after tomorrow because it has to be processed through the bank system. Because for the negotiators, a different arrangement and some of the facilitators here. So the online team, yes, they will send you some data tomorrow. So we don't want you to spend so much on your data. So we'll replace that data. But thanks for attending the online team. So because we're not closing the meeting now, the meeting continues up to tomorrow. We shall have the official closing remarks tomorrow. For now, it's just to thank you. Thank everybody on behalf of the Secretariat, on behalf of the partners, from ENR, from Climate Action Network, and all the supporting partners as indicated here. We want to thank you so much for enabling this event to happen. So just allow me to end it. The formal ending will be tomorrow, and we'll have the specific persons to do that. So it's now a time to socialize. I know it has been raining. You please, if you are driving, you give a lift to your colleague if you are going in the same direction, but avoid places which have stagnant water. These roads are being made, so you may find a broken bridge or something like that. It happens a lot in this part of Kampala. So, yeah, it's now social time. So you can enjoy, exchange contacts, ask the questions you feared to ask during the formal session. Yeah. So thanks so much. See you tomorrow. And come with